Muntazam here to kick off our first event today. But I'd like to thank first our hosts, and those who've been part of the process to bring this workshop into reality. First of all, I'd like to thank Schwassel for being very generous host. Very excited at the beginning to allow us to come and his commitment to this workshop to actually come in December 11th. I'd also like to thank Barut, who has been extremely helpful beyond in Arabic and English, any language you can use, has been amazing in terms of the administrative, detailed aspect, expectations has been very, very helpful. Thank you so much. We're very grateful for that. I'd like also to thank Muntazam Bidir, my co-organizer for this year and last year. Although he could not come today for other reasons, I'm very grateful for Murtaza to be able to push ahead and really commit to move this workshop further. And finally, I'd like to thank Norbert Oldenbrouwer from the University Minister, who agreed to fund some aspects of this gathering. We'll see how this will go. And he couldn't come in person for this year, but I'm very grateful for his funding. I'd like to thank a few individuals in person. I'd like to mention Mohammed Shahid, Dale Korea, Nisa this morning has been just phenomenal help and really assisted me when I need somebody else to run things by them, help me to take care of some manuscripts or some ideas about organization. Nisa today had taken us to a couple of places. So thank you so much for this. Again, so one more time, I'd like to welcome you to Samarkand. It's a pleasure to see you here in person. I look forward to 2.5 days of fruitful engagements and conversations. After the introductory notes, we're going to have the kickoff event, as I mentioned, with Mohammed Fadl, Marian Katz, and Murtaza Bidir. And this is really a general kind of open-ended question in relation to the current approaches to Islamic law in the field. Each scholar can have about 25 to 30 minutes. And we're going to offer some thoughts about pedagogies, methodologies, commitments, how they came to answer some questions on scholarship. These are very well-known scholars. We're very grateful for their time and being able to travel to come with us here today. And we're going to benefit immensely from them. So next to move to the first panel. Yes. Okay, sounds good. Okay, so we're going to start with Mohammed Fadl. Hello, can you hear me? Yes.
رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي امري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Thank you very much for organizing. Yeah, that's much better. Thank you very much for our generous hosts for organizing this wonderful event, letting us use this really spectacular, beautiful venue. It's a great honor to be here and you sort of feel the atmosphere of Eden. And we hope that we sort of live up to our spiritual ancestors that way in the work that we do today. Thank you, Sammy, for inviting me to participate in this, despite being not necessarily Ḥanafi. But I always learn from everybody, so I really appreciate the opportunity to come here. So Sammy organized this panel, which is more a methodological panel, and the title is Approaches to Islamic Law, Historicism, Critical Studies, and Normative Practice. So it's pretty open-ended. I'm not really sure what Sammy was expecting, so please have patience with me as I try to share with you some of my thoughts on this topic. And so, as a first point, the title to this panel suggests that these three approaches, historicism, critical studies, and normative practice, are three different ways of engaging in Islamic legal studies. Off the top of my head, I would like to challenge this implication by suggesting a different way of posing the question drawn, using insights from the great English legal philosopher H.L.A. Hart. Hart distinguishes between those who study law from what he terms an external point of view and those who study it from an internal point of view. The external point of view treats the legal system as an object in the world, like any other object, and takes as its task to provide the most accurate scientific description of that object. without any kind of normative commitment to the practices that are being described. The internal point of view, by contrast, views law as a practice, and attempts to determine how those engaged in the practice being observed, in this case Islamic law, go about their crimes. And moreover, when one adopts the internal point of view, one has a subjective commitment to adhering to the integrity of those internal practices. Now, of course, even if a scholar of Islamic law approaches his subject from the external point of view, she must take into account the internal point of view, if only because of the nature of the object under observation. Islamic law is itself a human practice, and the observer must take into account how those acting within the system conduct themselves with respect to the rules constituting the system. In other words, it seems impossible to adopt a wholly external point of view with respect to any dynamic human system, but especially law, unless the scholar posits that the object under consideration has become purely an artifact, that in fact there is no longer a dynamic system at play that would require the observer to take into account the internal point of view of the participants in that system, for the simple reason that there are no such living participants, they're all dead. Unless a scholar is willing to take the position that Islamic law is, in fact, a dead social practice, then there is no avoiding adoption of the quote-unquote internal point of view, at least to a certain extent. Before attempting to unpack what taking the internal point of view might mean in the study of Islamic law, I wish to begin from the premise that Islamic law is a living fact, not a system, which might be provocative premise, so let's start with that. And for that reason, one would be justified in studying Islamic law exclusively as an artifact. This would not mean that, quote, modern Islamic legal studies, unquote, is an oxymoron, but rather that in studying Islamic law in the contemporary period, perhaps legal methods of analysis will not be the most useful. I will sort of unpack this provocative argument by using the example of Islamic finance, which is sometimes used as an example of the continuing vitality of Islamic law in the modern Muslim world, despite Muslim majority states' adoption of European body civil codes. The question I wish to ask is whether something like Islamic finance approximates a system of modern Islamic commercial law, as opposed to a different set of practices that might be law adjacent, but at the end of the day fail to qualify as a legal system. To answer this question, again, I turn to HLA Hart's account of what makes an activity legal as opposed to another kind of activity. Hart notes that lots of human activities require rules. Sports could not occur without rules of organized competition, for example. And most human interactions are governed by norms of propriety that we recognize as binding in some way. Nonetheless, we don't typically include the rules of tennis or football or baseball or the rules of etiquette in the subject matter that falls under the study of law. Hart distinguishes the rule-based practice of law from other social domains in which rules are operative by arguing that law is distinct not only because it has rules, but because it has certain kinds of rules. Rules that he calls primary rules and secondary rules. Primary rules are rules governing conduct and typically take the form of you shall do X or you shall not do Y. We often think of commands and prohibitions as the essence of what makes something law. But Hart argued that in fact a string of commands and prohibitions are far from satisfactory in demarcating an activity as particularly legal. Rules only become quote unquote rules of law as opposed to other kinds of rules like morality or etiquette when they are united to what Hart calls quote unquote secondary rules. Secondary rules are typically not commands or prohibitions, but are rather what Hart terms power conferring rules. Rules that allocate to actors within the legal system the power to change, revise, or even repudiate their entitlements under primary rules, on condition that they do so in conformity with the requirements of these secondary powers conferring rules. Hart identifies various quotidian rules, such as the rules governing wills, the rules governing marriage and divorce, the rules governing the formation of companies, etc., as all mundane but crucial examples, not only of secondary rules of the legal system, but of the pervasiveness and ubiquity of secondary rules as compared to primary rules, i.e. commands and prohibitions. But within the universe of secondary rules, Hart identifies three as particularly important in transforming a system of mere rules into a system of law. These are what he calls, first, rules of adjudication, second, rules of change, third, rule of recognition. All three of these rules are special because they are rules about rules. Rules of adjudication are rules that govern the process involved in resolving disputes that arise under other rules of the system. For example, did a particular defendant commit a trespass? Or did the contract purporting to transfer Blackacre from A to B meet all the required conditions for the valid transfer of title? Adjudicating these claims can involve both questions of law, what is the proper definition of trespass, and questions of fact. How does a party prove the existence of a contract for the sale of land? These questions implicate meta rules that are not specific to the particular question of criminal trespass or the sale of land, but are rather systematic. For example, are words in the statute interpreted according to their plain sense, or are they interpreted using some other standard, such as purposive interpretation? Or can a party prove the existence of a contract for the sale of land using oral evidence? Right? These are all systematic questions that aren't particular to the practice of concern, sale of land, or whether or not a property owner can eject someone for trespass. Rules of change, by contrast, are rules about how current rules cease being rules or are revised. For example, when the Ottoman Sultan issued a firman ordering courts to adopt the position of Shaybani on the invalidity of marriages contracted without the permission of the bride's father, that changed a particular rule recognized by Ottoman courts. But it could only do so because the Ottoman legal system had already recognized a meta rule of change that entailed the authority that accords the executive authority to direct courts in certain circumstances to adopt a new or different rule. This power of the executive to change rules in certain circumstances is systematic and not particular to the question of marriage law. Finally, the rule of recognition is the rule that tells legal officials what the rule is that applies to a particular case. From this perspective, the rule of recognition is the master rule. The rule of recognition is not only the master rule because it properly identifies the substantive rule that applies to any particular case, but also because it ratifies the results of the rules of adjudication and the results of the rules of change. A judicial decision, for example, would be pointless if a rule of recognition didn't exist that incorporated the outcome of a valid legal decision into the normative structure of the law. There would be no point in going to court and getting a judgment in your favor if then the legal system as a system did not then make that a new rule. Likewise, the rule of change would be meaningless if the rule of recognition did not direct legal officials to follow the new rule promulgated by the Sultan, even when it conflicted with the law of riwayat, for example, in the Ḥanafi context. As Hart points out, a legal system comes into existence when primary rules are united with secondary rules. Well, what does that mean? Primary rules are united with secondary rules when an actor in that system is able to orient his or her conduct in view of the applicable rules that govern that conduct as determined by inter alia, the rule of recognition, the rules of adjudication, and the rules of change. Relying on the rule of recognition, she can determine what steps she must follow if she wishes to sell Blackacre to her friend. Relying on the rules of adjudication, she knows what kind of evidence she must provide to enforce her agreement with her friend, who now no longer wishes to perform her obligations despite the friendship. Relying on rules of change, she can be certain that if she had satisfied that identified by the rule of recognition and provided the evidence provided by the rule of adjudication, that the court will enforce the terms of her contract against her friend, because nothing has happened in the rules of change that would change the status quo. In the context of pre-colonial Islamic law, the systematic nature of fiqh reflects the union of primary and secondary rules that Hart describes as particular to systems of law. We see this, for example, clearly in Shihabuddin al-Qarafi's definition of the madhab and those elements of law that are amenable to taqlid. So Qarafi identifies five elements of law that constitute the madhab. The first is al-hukm al-taklifi, the second is al-asbab, the third is al-shurut, the fourth is al-mawani', and the fifth is al-hijaj. The first item, al-hukm al-taklifi, we can say is the primary rule. It communicates to legal subjects, either you shall do, or you shall not do, or you may do. So it is the primary rule. The last category, al-hijaj, are also secondary rules, but they are rules of adjudication. They specify precisely the kinds of proof that are required to prove the elements of the claim. The middle three elements, al-asbab, al-shurut, and mawani', these are also in the domain of secondary rules that communicate to the legal subject the facts that need to be marshaled in order to obtain the result intended. So Hanafi's theory of the madhab and what constitutes the elements that are amenable to taqlid illustrate very nicely the union of primary and secondary rules that Hart believes is characteristic of the legal system as opposed to other kinds of rule-based activities. When we adopt this formal framework to analyze legal practices and other kinds of practices that one might call law adjacent, it becomes easier to distinguish between Islamic law as a social practice from Islamic morality, for example, as an ethical project of personal perfection. One easy way to see the usefulness of this approach is to apply it to the work of a scholar such as Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, whose diverse corpus of writings can reinforce the sense that Muslim jurists, as some say, did not in fact care about distinguishing Islamic law as a social practice from other Islamic normative domains. What I have in mind is comparing Ghazali's writings about contract in his work of Shafi'i Furu'a al-Wajiz with his moralistic writing in his more popular book, Ihya al-Ulumuddin. His discussion of the law of sales in the latter, of Ihya al-Ulumuddin, is bereft of any concern with the steps required to enforce a contract. It focuses entirely on what Hart would call the primary rules with respect to sales, informing the merchant of those kinds of actions that he is required to avoid in order not to violate the law, not to commit sin. And on top of that, Ghazali also includes supererogatory duties that he impresses upon the pious merchant, including duties of generosity. For example, he sort of unrealistically counsels merchants to seek out people with poor credit and extend to them merchandise, even knowing that they're unlikely to pay, because that is sort of a noble act of generosity, right? Not really consistent with commercial rationality, but that's kind of what makes it a product of personal perfection, that he is imposing this duty on merchants to act out of generosity and not just the ethic of profit maximization. And he also counsels them, for example, to trade only to the extent necessary to maintain one's social position, not get greedy, and avoid sharp dealing with your customers, et cetera, et cetera. His focus on the cultivation of various ethical perfections is evident not only from his direct focus on how a merchant should conduct his trade if he wishes to achieve salvation in the next life while being a merchant, but also from the Ihya''s absolute indifference to the mechanics of enforcing a contract. Now, if we go look at what Bab al-Buyu'a in his Wajiz, by contrast, it's the complete opposite. It is focused entirely on the technical aspects of contracts, with no seeming concern about the ethical virtues of traders in the market. The Ihya overlaps with the Wajiz insofar as both include a discussion of primary rules. But from there, the two kinds of practices diverge entirely. If all we have were works such as Ihya, I think we could confidently conclude that there was no such thing as Islamic law. And again, I think this should be radical. If you go to, like the manuscript collections that I'm familiar with, they understood this. They put works like Ihya and Tasawwuf, and they put Wajiz in fiqh. So they kind of understood that these are very different social practices, and they're bibliographical indexing practices consistent with that. With that in mind, what happens if we apply these criteria to the contemporary practice of Islamic finance? When we do so, it would be hard to describe the practice of Islamic finance as exhibiting the features of the legal system. For example, there are no rules of adjudication that govern the domain of Islamic finance as such. To the contrary, all Islamic finance contracts that I have reviewed include a choice of law clause that adopts either New York law or English law. Many also have choice of form clauses that specify either English courts or New York courts. In short, there's no framework for applying the rules of Islamic commercial law that in theory govern these contracts that claim to be exemplars of contemporary Islamic commercial law. Second, there's no perceptible rule of change governing Islamic finance practices systematically. Instead, firms engaged in what is called Sharia-compliant financing consult with a mufti, said to be an expert in Islamic commercial law and knowledgeable about contemporary commercial practices, who opines whether the proposed structure of the deal conforms with the Sharia or does not conform. Such opinions, in my experience, are always conclusory and tersely worded, lacking any reasoned explanation for the response, lacking any guidance for future lawyers, or justifications for departures from pre-existing doctrines. Finally, there is no rule of recognition that guides the practice of Islamic finance advisors that aims to identify the correct rule that resolves the question of the validity or invalidity of the contract at issue. To say nothing of attempting to incorporate decisions of different adjudicative bodies that have resolved actual disputes involving Islamic financial contracts, or incorporating different opinions given by different Muslim jurists over time into a growing body of modern Islamic commercial law. By adopting a hardened approach in trying to answer the question whether the contemporary practice of Islamic finance can be described as legal, one might say that I am taking a critical approach, rather than an approach that focuses on normative practice. I would reject that suggestion for the simple reason that normative practice, for it to be normative, requires the possibility of non-normative practice. But without the existence of a legal system that includes a system of adjudication and a rule of recognition, it is impossible to distinguish between normative practice, that is practice in accordance with the rules, and non-normative practice, that is practice without regard to the rules. The questions that Sammy asked us to consider have great moment for answering whether it is meaningful to speak about the existence of Islamic law in today's world. But to wrap up my comments, I would say that any living legal system will necessarily have its practitioners adopting all three of these modes of analysis at one point or another as part of their practices. That is because law by definition is a normative system. It may be an unusual normative system in many ways compared to other normative systems, but it is a normative system nonetheless. It must respond to demands of justice. There is no legal system that I'm aware of that denies that its aim is to be just. So therefore, it has to be responsive to critique because it is claiming to further justice. And so it must be amenable, must be willing to be criticized, it must be willing to respond to criticism. So critical studies are indispensable, a fundamental feature of the operation of any living legal system. Likewise, in any functional legal system, historicism will always be present as part of its practice. Insofar as law is always, partly at least, a backward-looking practice, because in order to apply rules, you have to look back in time and see, identify the rule, identify applications of the rule that have occurred in the past, and then try to determine whether they should apply prospectively or not. So historicism seems to will always be a fundamental part of any living legal system. Finally, in the functional legal system, for the reasons already stated, there must be a domain of normative practice that is relevant and that is capable of guiding practice generally. Where such a normative practice is absent, or where it is inconceivable that normative practice could arise, it is hard to imagine the existence of a legal system whatsoever. Right? So, as I said, a normative practice suggests that there are groups of people who are embodying the rules of the system, and therefore you can take them as guides on how to conform to the rules of the system. Right? So it's hard to imagine a legal system operating that doesn't take into account normative practice sort of systematically in its own mode of analysis. These are all very sensitive questions for the modern post-colonial period in the Muslim world. But they are easier to answer when looking at historical Muslim legal systems. Clearly, the Ottoman legal system displayed all three modes of legal practice. Right? There was appeals to normative practice, right? There were critical studies, just like we were talking at breakfast about, I can't remember his name, the rabble rouser. And then also the historical thing, where a mufti goes back and tries to look at the origins of the practice to determine whether it should continue to respond. It's easy to do so precisely because the honor legal system is an artifact. It's not a functioning system anymore. So it's very easy for us as historians of law to analyze it as an artifact and bring it to bear all three of these modes of analysis. By contrast, today, when Muslims take a critical approach to Islamic law, whether using a historicist approach that tries to build an argument contextualizing certain rules based on sociological factors that they claim were present at that time, but not today, or some other factors that are claimed to be extraneous, but nevertheless relevant to the law. They do so in a context in which there is no accountability for their claims, at least if you accept the premise that there is no sort of living system of Islamic law in the way that Ottoman law was Islamic. Ironically, this both lowers the stakes of critical approaches and makes them more dangerous, insofar as the absence of a functioning Islamic legal system in a Hardian sense might very well produce a conservative reaction to defend all that was, on the grounds that at least that at a certain point in time, that was part of a functioning Islamic legal system. While proposals for reform based on critical approaches threaten the moral legitimacy of Islamic law without promising any tangible gain in return. And as I suggested, insofar as if we're trying to think about the systematic relationship between Islamic law and Islamic morality, or broadly conceived, their point of overlap is precisely the hukm taklifi. And so any attempt to suggest revisions to the hukm taklifi can result in sort of what I would say conservative backlash, in the view that that's all there is left anymore. So how dare you sort of suggest any discussion? So I will conclude, and thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your questions and comments. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Muhammad. This is wonderful and fantastic start. Now we're going to go to Murtaza Bidir in Istanbul. We're going to end, inshallah, tonight. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm really sorry that I could not be there with you. Although I really wanted to, I could not attend for reasons beyond my control. I hope you will have a good time there. And I suggest you to visit Bukhara, which I am going to talk about more today. My title is somehow related. The title Sami put in this panel, but I thought it's better for me to speak about Bukharan law, which I published a book almost 10 years ago, and go a little bit further to the history so that we can talk about or we can deduce, or you can deduce some of your comments and on the critique of Islamic law today from historical one of its historical manifestations. My interests more or less began in the same way as any Muslim studying Islamic law which is trying to make sense Islamic law in the modern sense, but also to understand what was the classical nature of fiqh or Islamic law in the history, so that to draw some conclusions from the history. So that's why I interested in the Central Asian law, because I was raised as a Hanafi back in 1980s, and since then I'm interested in the Hanafi law, and this brought me to the Central Asia, which, for the reasons which I will inshallah show you. First of all, you know, the Hanafi school of law started in Baghdad with Abu Hanifa and his two famous disciples, Abu Yusuf and Muhammad bin Hassan al-Shaybani, and they were named immediately after they were known. They were named as Iraqis or Ashabul Ray. And there are a number of many studies on the meaning of the ray, but at the end of the day, we see we don't have really exactly what ray means, but there are you know, various interpretations. And one of the findings I realized in my studies is about ray is which differentiates the Hanafi methodology logic from the Ashab al-Hadith is, I think, is their formulation of the views according to their formulations are put in the form of personal opinions. That is probably, that was the personal reasoning since Schacht interpreted in this way, that it is a personal reasoning or personal opinion. But in my findings, I realized that, you know, these personal opinions, what does this personal opinion mean? So I will try to show the distinctive characteristic logic of the Hanafi law that began in Iraq, and then later on moved to the Central Asia and developed there. So my question is there a logic of Islamic law other than usul al-fiqh? I mean, the logic of furu al-fiqh. Of course, all the schools of law in Islam took into account the basic norms found in Sunnah, the precedents of the companions, as it is clear from the scanty references to Abu Hanifa's reasonings in the Manaqib, that he used to take precedents of Sunnah and the companions as the starting point. But then they developed this qiyas and istihsan dichotomy, which is variously interpreted as you know, standard law and equity law. in the end. So the qiyas is bringing together the similar cases, and istihsan is separating for some equitable reasons, separating the cases. So this, although this was the main methodology of the Abu Hanifa as presented in Shaybani's account, but we don't know much about how the law between in Baghdad between Abu Hanifa and his disciples, and between the first emergence of the classical Hanafi mukhtasars like Karkhi's and Kuduri's mukhtasars in the during the 10th and early 11th century. So there is still a need for studying because we have enough sources for that period between Abu Hanifa, his disciples, and the emergence of the Mukhtasars. There are sources, but still we need further studies to understand what happened in between in Baghdad. But we know that with the rise of Hanbalism and then Ash'ari Shafism in Baghdad, Hanafism weakened as of middle of the 5th, 11th century, after which the development of both the material law dimension of the Hanafi law and the theoretical structure of the Hanafi doctrine continued its development in Khorasan and Mawara Nehr, which is basically Bukhara and Samarkand in the east, and completed it is real development in the what I call the Bukharan period, which is roughly corresponds to the 11th, middle of the 11th till the arrivals or the Mongol period. The Hanafi school of law that we know today is the Hanafism shaped in this region under which under the umbrella of the Bukharan sponsorship, I think. So I will try to understand the Hanafi legal doctrine development through reading this Bukharan period. We know that, you know, as early as at the beginning of the in the lifetime of Abu Hanifa, the Eastern lands welcomed his teachings, but similarly, the early beginnings of the Hanafi school of law in Bukhara until the period that I started studying, that is late 10th century, and before 10th century, and between Muhammad bin Hassan al-Shaybani and the first Bukharan, perhaps the first beginnings of the law in Bukhara, we don't have adequate studies of this period, which is almost 2 centuries. from some references and information in later sources, we learn that Al-Juzjani, one of the, and Abu Hafs al-Kabir, two students, disciples of Shaybani, brought to the region, the Khorasan and Central Asia, the works of Shaybani, which would be later called Zahir the Riwaya by Bukharans, which is, and though the narrations by these two jurists of certain texts of Shaybani, the basic structure of Hanafi law was shaped in this region. This Samanid Hanafi alliance, which I think began when the first Samanis entered into Bukhara, the elders of Bukhara, under the leadership of Abu Hafs al-Saghir son, Abu Hafs al-Kabir son, Abu Hafs al-Saghir, handed over the keys of the city to the Samanid ruler, which seems to have been the most important development that led to the rise of Hanafism in the Samanid capital of Bukhara in the following Samanid years of in Samarkand and Bukhara. Through this particular narration of Shaybani's main works, the Bukharan Hanafism assigned a very special role to Shaybani, Muhammad bin Hassan al-Shaybani. We see this as the fundamental elements of Hanafi so-called doctrine was formulated by Shaybani's 5 works. Of course, we can ask why only 5. He had more writings, but they focused on these 5 works, about which the Bukharan Hanafism coined this term Zahir Riwaya, the basics, the fundamental structure of the Hanafi legal doctrine is called Zahir Riwaya, and based on Shaybani's 5 works. The second element of Hanafi legal doctrine, which is called by them as Nadir Riwaya, and is also based on the idea that they are coming from Shaybani's other works, although Abu Yusuf's and other disciples of Abu Hanifa works also contributed to this Nadir Riwaya, but basically the Bukharan Hanafism defined the Zahir Riwaya and Nadir Riwaya, that is the principal and the secondary elements of the Hanafi legal propositions are provided by Muhammad bin Hassan al-Shaybani's 5 works for the first Zahir Riwaya, and the other works for the Nadir Riwaya. This constituted the basics of the Hanafi law. And then a third element was introduced by the Central Asian Bukharan jurists, is the complementary element, completing the doctrine of Hanafi law. Is the fatawa or nawazil, or I rather prefer the term waqat. So that they introduced this third element as a dynamic part of the Hanafi legal doctrine, whereas the first 2 more or less formed the static part, the historically formulated, the first formulated legal doctrine of the Hanafi school. The validity of a legal proposition is determined according to which of these three types it belongs to. The order of validity is defined as Zahir Riwaya, Nadir Riwaya, and then Waqat. The contribution of the Bukharan school of law was not only in defining this ranking criterion, but also in making a special effort to develop separate literatures belonging to each of these three categories. We know, for example, the 5 works that are regarded the containing the Zahir Riwaya part of the legal doctrine. In this period, many commentaries emerged, which I called them in my book as the period of the commentaries of the Zahir Riwaya. Almost all the great jurists in the Bukharan school wrote a commentary on one of the 5 Zahir Riwaya works, especially the one Kitab al-Asl, the Mukhtasar of Kitab al-Asl, which is called Mabsut tradition. The Mabsut tradition is actually Mabsuts are we know on the Sarakhsi's Mabsut, but there are other Mabsuts. There are in fact some of them are not named as Mabsut, but still contains the same content, which is a commentary on the main the most expanded work of Shaybani, that is Kitab al-Asl. So the Mabsut tradition is actually a commentary on Kitab al-Asl, and there are, of course, commentaries on Jam' al-Saghir, Jam' al-Kabir, Siyar al-Kabir, etc. So, and there are also there is another literature devoted to the Nadir Riwaya, which is like, for example, Natafi's Al-Ajnas is one of them, contains numerous references other than these Zahir Riwaya sources. And then Waqat literature, which I'm going to talk about more. This Waqat or Nawazil or Fatawa, these are interchangeably used in the Bukharan discourse on this literature. According to Bukharan Hanafism, the first 2 types of this Zahir Riwaya and Nadir Riwaya are relatively static, but the 3rd category, this Waqat, introduce a dynamic element to the legal system. In the first 2 categories, the aim was to collect the response of Abu Hanifa and his associates, mainly Abu Yusuf, Muhammad bin Hassan Shaybani, but also views of Zufar, Hassan bin Ziyad, and some even sometimes of immediate disciples of these disciples of Abu Hanifa. But this Waqat is based on the idea that we need to collect other opinions, opinions that comes after the immediate circles of Abu Hanifa. So anybody belonging to other than these immediate circles, they are not qualified to speak about the basics of Hanafi law, but they can only contribute based on these basics of law. They can contribute their opinions, their ideas as a complementary, as a late comer to the legal doctrine. That they are not qualified to produce opinions that would constitute the basics of law. So these are later called, these jurists are later called mashayikh. Unlike the ashab Abu Hanifa and ashabu, these are called mashayikh, that is the authoritative jurists. In the first compilations of the opinions of the jurists began in various centers in Central Asia. For example, in Balkh, Abu Lays as-Samarkandi collected some 10 jurists, mainly Balkhin jurists, opinions, and this was, I think, the beginnings of these collections of the later the opinions of later jurists. And then Bukharan jurists Muhammad bin Fadl al-Kumari and the Halwani's opinions are collected. And then later on, Samarkandis responded with their collection, the Fatawa as-Samarkandiya, and Natifi's al-Waqat also is a collection of the body of the opinions, as far as from the references we understand from the later references, because most of these, 3 of these collections did not survive, but they lived in the quotations. But Nawazil Abu Lays is in our hand today. We have this one. Here, I'd like to draw your attention to the phenomenon of collecting the responses of these regional authorities. The more, of course, these regional authorities became past, the more they gained authority once they are qualified as Hanafi authoritative jurists. But the real beginning of the Bukharan law school, I think, began or gained with the rise of a family of Sadrs, al-Burhan, which is probably end of the 11th century, I think, end of the 11th century, with the Ibn Mazah family, this al-Burhan family. One of the members of the the great founder of the Ibn Mazah family's grandson, Sadr al-Shahid, was very instrumental. He innovated this waqat literature, waqat type of collecting previous collections. You know, these Abu Lays's collection that we know we know today. It's in our hand today. It makes references to 10 jurists, and he names the jurists, and he attributes each of the fatwa he recorded to it. It is issue that a certain jurist, but And also probably it is true for the other lost examples of these regional collections. Sam al-Shahid or Sadr al-Shahid brought together these four texts, and he developed a methods of collecting opinions and compiled these different collections. Two of his works, one is Waqan and the other one is Fatawa al-Kubra. He compiled these four collections of regional opinions by isolating the opinions from their holders and assigning a symbol letter to the book containing the opinions. So he developed this method of, bringing together the books and referring to them as symbols. In the following century, first in Bukhara, then in other centers, the phenomenon of making new collections of works containing the opinions of the jurists of previous generations with such symbols became a universal phenomenon. Just to name a few, Fatawa Qadi Khan, Fatawa Walwalijiyya, Muhit al-Burhani, Fatawa al-Hasiri, Fatawa al-Nasafi, Nawazil Kashi, Khulasatul Bayan, Qunya, Al-Hawi of Zahidi. These are very important examples of this Waqat literature. There are over, I think, as far as I find out, over 30 collections of this type that to survive today. We have all written after Sadr Shahid in the region. These by the 13th century, the number of the people and works cited in these literature had reached around, I think, 70 symbols or more, perhaps, in, for example, in Ottoman jurists, Jama' al-Fusulayn is a continuation of this literature, and it continues with these symbols, and it contains, I think, over 70 symbols. What does these collections mean? So I will end with this. I didn't look at the time. Do I have time, Sami? Nobody interrupted. Okay.
2 minutes.
The inclusion of an opinion in these compilations makes it possible for it to be used by later legal school authorities to formulate their own opinions. Of course, the inclusion of an opinion in these compilations, but influenced not only by the competence of the author in legal school knowledge, but also by the theoretical and systematic consistency of the opinion with the doctrine of the Zahir Riwaya and Nadir Riwaya. The frequency with which an opinion is cited also increases its value in the eyes of subsequent jurists. It is even observed that these opinions have followed a process of being included in the main set of opinions of the law school over time. We observe that the legal school makes significant use of this pool of opinions when developing any issue, any fatwa in later cases. For example, when the early works on the law of waqf, which I studied deeply in detail in this book, are compared with the later works, it is clearly seen that this literature offers a serious opportunity both in the development of the doctrine of waqf and in the enrichment of its content. The golden age of Bukharan Hanafism started with the middle of the 5th century and ended with the destruction of the city in the late 7th, 13th century by the wars of rival Mongol princes. Almost 2 centuries it continued. One family's role, as I mentioned, is particularly noteworthy. Is Ali Burhan. It is in some of the historical sources, it is said that the Bukharan civil administration run by this family for a period of slightly over 1 century. The judicial post, the legal education, and the fatwa institutions were all run by the members of this family or their allies. Some sources claim that they sponsored thousands of the jurists in this period, and this explains why this Bukhara emerged as a legal school. As a main center of the development of the Hanafi legal school. Now, turning back to the initial question, there have been some studies in recent years on the logic of the functioning of Islamic law through a school of law. However, the function of usul al-fiqh and furu' al-fiqh is still not fully understood. One of the main aspects of the Bukhara law school's effort to formalize Hanafi law is the compilation of the opinions of competent jurists and the incorporation of these opinions into the problem-solving dynamic structure of law in a way that is compatible with the basic views that establish the system. Usul al-fiqh here presents the philosophy of law in a very general way, but does not seem to have any idea of how law works. Perhaps it functions as the most basic framework that the competent jurist should pay attention to when formulating his own answers to questions. In reality, however, the workings of the law point to an interesting and creative endeavor that transforms the views of competent jurists into a function for the development of legal doctrine. Here, it is necessary to ask the question, how does the jurist form a new opinion within the framework outlined by usul al-fiqh? Although it is not easy to answer this question, it is important to note that the jurists act with a perspective that takes into account human situations, including customs that sometimes challenge the general framework of usul al-fiqh. They usually cite general principles, human utility, ultimate objectives of the lawgiver as the criteria of the responses. Their responses. More importantly, inclusion of an opinion into canon of the school doctrine or the competence gaining for a jurist only takes place in a long process. Undoubtedly, it is possible for a jurist to have achieved competence in his lifetime and to have a very wide sphere of influence. However, it is more important that no matter how competent and effective he was in his lifetime, the perception of his competence continues to be perceived after a certain period of time has passed after his death. A jurist can achieve a position in this system according to the frequency and intensity with which his or her opinions are quoted. The authority of a jurist whose views are frequently quoted and whose views become standard legal discourse in reputable legal texts over time can sometimes almost reach the authority of the founder of the legal school. So this was my some observations on the relationship between usul al-fiqh and furu' al-fiqh in the context of the Bukharan law school. And I stop here. Sorry if I passed over my time.
Thanks so much, Murtaza. Now, last speaker for the morning session is Professor Ryan Katz of New York University.
Thank you, Sami, and thank you to our hosts. I have to admit that I interpreted the brief a little differently, so this is going to be much more informal. What I took from the title and from the little blurb that we received was so I'm going to make some comments about sort of the trajectory of Islamic legal studies, you know, sort of as I've experienced it in the United States over the years that I've been involved in it. And so I feel that, I don't know if you all are familiar with procedures in the American Congress, but I feel like as if I should say, I cede my time to the gentleman from Istanbul. So that I could donate it, but in any case, please forgive, indulge that I'm talking a little differently. So I can only speak from my own experience, which is that, and I think it's relevant to the topic, that I'm a non-Muslim scholar, training and working in the context of the secular academy in the United States. And so as such, I encountered Islamic studies, including very much Islamic legal studies, as a historically and regionally specific niche subject that in my student days, which now are long in the past, really seemed isolated from most of the major intellectual trends of my youth. In other words, I don't know how familiar most of you are with American academia, but if you wanted to find Islamic legal studies back in the late 80s when I was, and the 90s when I was a student, you really would go to an area studies department. In other words, a department that was teaching the languages, the history, the literature, sort of the whole package of a very broadly defined region, right? And so I think for me, one of the most major developments over the decades that I've been involved in this area of studies is that the field has really begun to produce scholarship that's read and engaged with by scholars who aren't specialists in Islam. The most obvious example of this, I think, would be the trend in the anthropology of Islam, which also includes a dimension of Islamic legal study that was spearheaded by Tabal Assad, and obviously really familiar with his students and other people sort of working in that tradition. And obviously he doesn't write centrally about Islamic law, but for instance, you know, he has that solid chapter on, 19th century Egypt in Formations of the Secular. I don't know how popular his work is, say, in Turkey, but it's been extremely influential in the United States. And so I've got to say, this is something that an article I didn't read in real time, but I was really struck later on when I came to read it by a 2003 piece by an anthropologist called Joel Robbins, who wrote a piece titled, "What is a Christian? Notes towards an Anthropology of Christianity." And in that article, he wrote, quote, "One can take the measure of what is missing in the way of an anthropology of Christianity by examining the success of recent efforts to establish an anthropology of Islam." And I've got to say, when I read that, I was stunned because it was the first time in my scholarly life that I had seen a non-Islamicist sort of invoking Islamic studies as the cutting edge field that they aspired to, live up to. And I felt that that was a very good moment for our area of study. And I think that there's a lot more work being produced in Islamic studies and specifically in Islamic legal studies today that's being read far beyond the beginning. And I think that speaks to the fact, I mean, obviously I don't want to minimize the extent to which highly specific work that elucidates things like, whatever court practice or usul thinking or whatever that is very specific to the field and perhaps not, accessible to non-specialists. Obviously, that's extremely important and in some ways the lifeblood of the field. But I do think that it is a sign of sort of the intellectual maturity of Islamic studies, at least as manifested, as they say, English language scholarship in the United States. And I think for me, the flip side of that development is that scholars of Islamic law in the US are increasingly engaging with and contributing to much broader conversations. So I mean, there's also, I think, a tendency for more recent work in Islamic law to be really engaging with theoretical conversations and methodological conversations that aren't necessarily originating in the field, but then making contributions that are more, sort of widely relevant. And again, I may have misunderstood the brief, so I hope this doesn't come off as like sort of arrogant, but like I understand it to include making comments about our own research. I'm going to go with that. But so my current project, so just to give you again, sort of a sense of the trajectory, my training was in the 1990s at the University of Chicago, and it was very textual, I have got to say. And my dissertation, which turned into the first book, was on Tahara. It was on ritual purity. And initially it was really going to be a dissertation on like dating relevant hadiths, right? And then I got a fellowship at the divinity school, which at the University of Chicago is where like heavy duty religious studies work is going. And I was like, oh my God, people have like, there are all these theoretical approaches to ritual purity, and perhaps I ought to engage with them, which is something that like my mentors in Near Eastern languages and civilizations were sort of perplexed, but fine with that. But I got to say, I think things have changed a lot. As a couple of you already know, my current project is about a series of historical iterations of a juristic and theological controversy over transactions involving the transfer of merit of the web. And this gives rise to, the most obvious application of this is donating merit for the recitation of the Quran, which I noticed on the sign outside the grave of Imam Maturidi is a recommended practice, at least according to the people who did the regional sign. On the one hand, I do obviously think that these discussions are substantively interesting and significant in themselves. But on the other, I do think that they can serve as lenses for much broader and more abstract issues. The ways in which jurists endorse or reject transactions involving merit-bearing pious activities reflect their larger ideas about the existence and nature of religion as a distinctive field of human activity, distinct from mundane social or economic pursuits. In other words, the extent to which jurists sort of say, you are inappropriately, the lab isn't like money, people shouldn't be paid before reciting Quran, which is obviously a very well-established Ḥanafi position. These are, sort of very broad conceptual issues about what the categories at work, both in law and in life, might be. And it allows me to engage with the ideas of Islamic studies scholars such as Talal Asad and Hussein Abbasi, who has recently written a massive dissertation about the question of, is religion a conceptual field in pre-modern Islamic terminology. But it also, I hope to be engaging with work such as, for instance, Anne Schurman's work on the theology of death in late medieval English literature, and Marcel Henaf's The Price of Truth, which examines how ancient Greek thinkers approached the issue of wages for philosophical teaching. The ways in which classical Islamic jurists conceptualize the distinctions between gifting and selling, and the ways in which they associate them with different fields of human action, also connects the project with a rich anthropological literature on the categories of gifts and commodities, a literature which now includes Islamic studies work such as Paul Anderson's recent book, Exchange Ideologies, Commerce, Language, and Patriarchy in Pre-Conflict Aleppo. And in a lot of ways, my biggest inspirations for this project are anthropologists working on the modern period, including Amira Mittermeier, who looks at practices of pious giving in contemporary Egypt, sort of in the period of the Arab Spring, and Nada Mumtaz, who obviously has a fantastic book on, waqf in Sham, sort of moving from the late 18th into the 20th century. So again, I think what's important here is that it's no longer a question of Islamicists and scholars of Islamic law, quote unquote, borrowing or applying concepts and frameworks from more theoretically developed fields. I think Islamic studies, including Islamic legal studies in the United States, it may have done so long before in other places, but is beginning to sort of talk back to such fields by showing how Islamic materials and discourses enrich and modify perceived theoretical categories and frameworks. The other major development that I'd like to point to is that I think pre-modern Islamic legal studies is no longer ghettoized or purely antiquarian, right? I think there's an increasing amount of new work that is very sort of self-reflective and actively engaged in questions about sort of the continuing relevance of pre-modern materials. So on the one hand, the contributions of people like Ahmed Shamsi, like famous beyond the United States, among others, on the one hand have made us aware that we have to think of our sources not only in the historical context of their original composition, which is obviously a very important level, but that we have to think of their continuing life in the evolving canons and interpretive processes of later times up to and including the present. So like sort of each book has a biography that we can write that goes, that continues to our time. And I think that, to anticipate another theme that I want to talk about, I think the growing acknowledgement of and participation by Muslim believers who are writing in part, as sort of overt believers, right? Because certainly it is not a new thing that people who are Muslim are, sort of major participants in this field, certainly going back even to my youth. But I think that there's more work where the framing of the project sort of makes explicit the investment that the person has in, sort of what the ethical or political significance of a pre-modern topic would be. A notable recent example, again, I don't know, what everybody's reading right now, but Yusuf Sufi's The Rise of Critical Islam is substantively, it centers on a close reading and analysis of a series of legal debates involving the Shafi'i authority Abu Ishaq al-Shirazi. And so like, it's very much, sort of like, it's a very wonderful analysis of these legal, orally delivered legal debates and sort of what's going on in the argumentation. But on another level, it's an explicitly present-oriented reflection on the potential and limits of classical Islamic legal disputation, showing how it simultaneously models open-minded and rigorous critique and excludes the voices of many Muslims, right? And you don't have to like agree with every argument that Professor Sufi is making, but I think that it's a real, in my mind, level of somebody doing genuinely rigorous, sort of research about, sort of what this might have meant in real time to the participants of these debates, or the witnesses of these debates of Wisaq and Shirazi, but also it's very much asking the question of like what the takeaways are for thinking about, sort of the potentials and limits of disputation, basically, for contemporary Muslims. I also think that the move away from a sort of crude dichotomy between pre-modern and modern studies, and the development of a more nuanced and continuous chronological framework is something that has been an important thing. I mean, obviously, there have always been sort of period-specific studies coming, from all centuries and so forth, like I would say that maybe there were neglected periods that have gotten some belated attention in the last decade or two. But I think one of the things that for me is more significant recently is that there's been more sort of conscious reflection about periodization and about the temporalities at work in the scholarship that we're working with. And I just read this, it's at the top of my mind, but I mean, Yusuf Sufi, one of the things that he does is talk about the temporalities at work, and in the frameworks of the scholars whose work he's studying. But I think that one of the things that we can see happening, and I would say Professor Padri, who is here, as someone who there's a lot, I think, of really useful work sort of looking at sort of the transition from maybe pre-modern to modern as more of a process, as more of something that we can't take for granted, just as a sort of unexamined dichotomy. People are looking under the hood more, and sort of looking at material that can help us to look at those transitions and maybe see that this isn't, like a single monolithic shift. And to me, that's been very informative and helpful. A part of the whole sort of sort of package of being more sort of self-conscious about methodologies and conceptual frameworks. I would also say that I have been really happy to see greater attention to sort of the social processes and sort of material frameworks and the institutional frameworks and so forth. I think maybe Ottomanists have been way ahead of people who work on medieval material in that respect, partially due to the richness of the archival material. But I think maybe medievalists are slowly catching up. And so development that I'd like to point to is one that I've already pointed to, and I don't know if we have time for discussion. Obviously, this is something that is a bit, sort of particular to my field. As someone who is trained and teaches in a majority non-Muslim context. I think that there's been sort of like a real change in the decades that I've been involved in the field in terms of the sort of, not just the prominence of obviously believing Muslims in, obviously there's always been a really central role, but like to the extent to which there's been, sort of really clear articulations of people trying to think through, sort of believers thinking and writing about Islamic law in the context of the secular academy. I mean, obviously in the United States, we've got, Zaytuna, and we've got the American Islamic College, but like we do not have really major well-developed institutions of higher learning that are specifically Islamic. And I say, like a lot of the scholarship is basically coming out of secular universities. And so in closing, just for conversation, I don't know what everybody's reading, but I thought one particularly graceful and thoughtful recent example, which I have to say is a huge book, and I only finished the first half before leaving for Uzbekistan.
But would be Professor Sherman
Islamic secular.
Professor Jackson proposes a framework
For
for
distinguishing between what he calls Islamic Studies 1.0 and Islamic Studies 2.0.
I'm not a tech person, but to me, that made it sound as if one was superseding the other, but that he's describing them as complementary, right?
Right. So he
sees these
as
contexts that are complementary
and interdependent, right? And sort of synergistic.
and he defines Islamic studies so like basically he defines Islamic studies
The process of just sort of
evidence-based, sort of making propositions
that can be stress tested based on, like textual evidence and that kind of thing.
And he basically defines that as more or less an even playing field for various religious backgrounds, right? That, sort of like if you're making an argument about, sort of like, well, who pioneered the waqi'at genre, right? People of various backgrounds and
That's evidence, and there can be a shared conversation, like about the merits of different interpretations.
And he argues that Islamic Studies 2.0 is kind of quote. He says that 2.0 would involve, quote, placing the results of this effort, in other words, the Islamic Studies 1.0, in meaningful and honest conversation with contemporary realities in order to establish norms for contemporary Muslim community. Right.
So he's basically proposing, and like the book actually is on Islamic law, although he just sort of terms it Islamic studies. I think that part is more widely, applicable. But I think that, whether or not you personally buy that framework, I think it's actually sort of useful to think with. But I do think it's an example of the increasingly sort of frank and thoughtful way that many scholars are now framing their work as sort of like often writing it in a way, particularly sort of the framing and the introduction and the conclusion is often sort of highlighting the ways in which something, simultaneously might contribute to either factual or theoretical conversations that are happening, beyond Muslim believing circles and perhaps beyond Islamic studies, but also sort of proposing a level on which the research in question could be normatively relevant, which personally I find really useful. So anyway, thank you.
Thanks so much, Mariam, and then we have a few minutes for questions, comments. I have a question. Okay, as always. Okay, so again, thank you for following a question for you. Your apply to a context in which we have a state of force, national system of governance, Indonesia, Malaysia, some other states. But this is just
I was just exploring that premise as a way of thinking through the question that you posed, right? I wasn't making any conclusions about whether or not it's reasonable to describe the Egyptian legal system as an Islamic legal system, or any content for any particular actually existing legal system in the Muslim world as an Islamic legal system. What I was just trying to say was that if you were to try to answer that question, I think it would be useful to have a systematic approach, right? And so one of the things you would want to ask is, for example, do citizens of a certain country, let's say Egypt or Turkey or Tunisia or Morocco, do they take the decisions of courts to be somehow normatively authoritative in guiding their understanding of an outright person, for example? Right? I think that was a very important question to ask. And so I was just trying to say that we need to have a sort of a program and thinking about these questions, you know, a little more abstract, so that reflects law as a distinct system of normativity as opposed to other kinds of systems of normativity, right? And so there is this problem, as I was suggesting, that there is a systematic overlap between thicker conceptions of Islamic morality and Islamic law as a system. And so persistence of Islamic morality, I'm just saying, is not sufficient proof of the persistence of Islamic law as a system. And so that is much more careful articulation, investigation, and evidence.
Right.
Just as a note on what you said, Ali Hussein Agramaz, he has an ethnography of, on the one hand, you know, Egyptian family courts, and on the other hand, people consulting with muftis from Tartuffe. And basically his position is that people don't, you know, sort of attribute a bunch of sort of Islamic legal authority to the, say, the family courts.
Do you think that political treatment can answer that question?
Not necessarily.
Well, I do think it's important, but because at least, you know, in the I'm in sort of, I guess, be reactionary and lapse back to the pre-modern. You know, pre-modern fiqh makes the claim that the judge's decision resolves the controversy for this world and the next. Right? Do people believe that today? I suspect not. Right.
Any other questions?
Mine is public ads. So I wonder what you think of this. So at times I've kind of felt ambivalent about this development in Islamic studies, the greater engagement theory. I've seen examples where it's completely enriched the analysis, and it allows us to avoid this problem of only speaking to ourselves and not being able to have conversations with outsiders to the field. But I remember reading in your book on ritual, in the early part of the book, where you discuss various anthropological accounts of purity and insider and outsider, and just finding them extremely unpersuasive as accounts of the Islamic ritual law of purity, because to me, Islamic law is a discourse that has its own internal logics, and of course it's more than material realities, but it also has a certain autonomy that, you know, without immersion in the text, it would just not be obvious to an outsider. And since you mentioned Hossein Abbasi's thesis, it was really interesting to me to see that, you know, because it's a kind of archaeological, he really ranges across genres and periods, it's very impressive. But he prefaces it with quite a long critique of, I mean, he speaks of over-theorization as a problem of the field. So I wonder, Gavin, would love to get you to perhaps speak more to this theme. Is it a kind of unmitigated good? Do you have complex feelings about this? Does it impact how you train your own graduate students?
Thanks. I mean, yeah. I mean, on one level, I think sort of life is short, and you know, it's hard for people to be trained equally well in these different skill sets. So I think some of the people who are, you know, really great with anthropological theory are, you know, say, I think saying Agramaz's book, you know, as far as I know, as a non-anthropologist, it's, you know, it's rich in ethnography, it's, you know, theoretically sophisticated, and then when he starts talking about, you know, HISPA and citing texts, I'm like, no, you know, but you know, so like, but you know, like, I'm sure it's the same for anthropologists when I try to, you know, draw, you know, like, we're not all great at everything, but the approach I attempted to take, right, with respect to, say, working with ritual purity was, well, early Islamic scholars were theorizing, right? And, you know, like, I'm not trying to say, oh, well, they were anthropologists, right? But it's sort of like not, oh, I'm going to, you know, I'm gonna take a, model, you know, of ritual purity and just like apply it, but sort of say, okay, here are some questions that have been raised or some things that have been made, right? And when you look at these jurists and the conversations that they're having, they're actually grappling with some of these same issues, right? So then maybe you can open it up and sort of say, okay, there is some level on which, you know, maybe I can present this such that it will be relevant to some larger conceptual conversation without just sort of mechanically saying, you know, like, I'm gonna accept, you know, sort of, I'm gonna accept the premises and categories of this discussion that's happening in, you know, like some modern Western academic field and just sort of be like, okay, this is how it maps on to my material, because like obviously that is going to do violence to the material. So like, I don't know, I mean, again, you know, like none of us can say whether we're being successful, right? But like what I would aspire to do and what I am happy to see when I feel I'm seeing it is for people to sort of say, like, look, there are some issues we all care about, right? And most of the really important issues are not sort of somehow hermetically sealed within Islamic studies, right? There are ethical issues or conceptual issues that, you know, like sort of have some broader relevance, and like, let's see what this material can contribute without being unduly constrained by the idea that we have to like shoehorn, you know, material from our sources. I don't know if that makes sense.
Thank you. Is Murtaza Hujja still online? No. Left. He's on.
Yeah, but there's an echo. I can't hear you very well.
Oh, sorry. It's not. It's not.
There's echo in the room. Sami.
Okay, one last question to Murtaza. Can you hear us, Murtaza?
There's an echo in the room. I can't hear you very well. I hear you little bit, but okay, go on.
Any questions, Murtaza? I have to have one question.
I'm happy to ask a question.
Please, yes, go ahead.
Murtaza, thank you very much for the presentation. Just having never read the Waqa'at literature, I'm curious, what's the best way to sort of specify them? You described them as showing the dynamism of the system. And whenever I hear that description, I'm not trying to say this, the system was not dynamic, but I always still worry about that we're still laboring under, you know, the old problem of overcoming this view of Islamic.
I can't hear you then.
Oh. Okay, let me, I'd be interested to hear a more thick description of the kinds of materials that show up in the Waqa'at literature. Is it really proper to describe, would it be proper to describe it as specification of more general rules found in the basic books of the school, as opposed to sort of revisiting doctrinal principles, right? The difference of like, Tagyin المجمل, so to speak, or تخصيص العام, as opposed to اجتهاد as such.
As far as I understand, you're asking how the opinion formation in the waqa'at works, yeah? Is it an explanation of the general principles of in the system, or is it?
Application of the general principles.
Sorry?
Application of the general principles as opposed to revisiting the general.
Yeah. Definitely, they include application of the general principles already established by the first founder generations. But what I am trying to say that, you know, even for the to claim that this is a doctrine, a school doctrine, still is not it's not taken as a taken for granted that, you know, this is the Hanafi doctrine, but it is a dynamic process. And even for the Zahir Riwayah and Nadir Riwayah that seems to be establishing the main principles, even in there, you know, the Bukharan school is selecting certain principles in opposition to other principles. So they are actually playing with these, you know, vast resources provided by various alternative narrations, like, for example, Zahir Riwayah, Nadir Riwayah, and even within Zahir Riwayah, it is so what is the principle can be discussed, and it is determined by the mashayikh, the later jurists. But at the end of the day, of course, if it is it includes the explanations of the principles, but it goes beyond that, and you know, introduce new elements that would reach to the level of the principles as well. For example, in the Waqf section, to borrow on behalf of Waqf is a problem. You know, since there is no fictive personality called Waqf, so who is going to pay this loan, the borrowing, and who is going to pay it? This is a big problem. So I think one of the Balkhian jurists, Abu Ja'far al-Hindwani, quoted in the Abu Lays al-Samarkandi's work, gave a fatwa which allowed borrowing on behalf of Waqf, makes it possible for borrowing on behalf of Waqf. And then this fatwa is taken as a base, although there is no narrations from the previous generations that, you know, Abu Ja'far al-Balkhi based his opinion on this istidana, but he is, once he gave this fatwa, and this is included in the Abu Lays work, and it solved the problem of the waqfs in the field. So that is seen as a viable, you know, solution for the pressing problem. And since it is articulated by a Balkhian great jurist of the past. It started to be repeatedly, quoted in these waqat works, which toward in the middle of the development. So they even found a way into the doctrinal books that that there is a section Babel Istidana, but it wasn't there before, that kind of section. So I think it is both. Yeah, I mean, they can even create some principles as well.
Thank you so much, Murtaza. Okay, so please join me in thanking these wonderful panelists.
Thank you.
Okay, so right now we have a really great tight schedule, so we have about 5 minutes. Visitors room, have some coffee outside. Gonna get to the bus to have some serious lunch. Thank you. Offside, yes. after each presentation, right? Yeah, sounds good. تفضل محمد جميل. محمد جميل.
Nasıl değiştirecek?
Muhammad Shaheen, 2.
Muhammed Shah.
Two
No.
files, two files.
Evet, this one. After that, we will open the second one. How could I change? Open the second. Okay. Start.
You're gonna need to stay.
يا سلام.
This one. Okay.
So I'm gonna get two here, okay, so we may as well take. تفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين وعلى سيدنا محمد وآله وصحبه وسلم. وبعد، فما كان من خير فمن الله، وما كان من شر فمن ذلك البلاغ ومن نفسه. My topic is speaking about ta'leel within Abu Zayd Dabusi's Al-Asrar. I named beyond Illa because it's getting beyond the traditional way of ta'leel, previous text, and trying to start from the furu' to a whole comprehensive of the word related to this specific furu'. Okay. Let me give a three background. It's important to introduce this paper. The first background is about Abu Zayd himself. Abu Zayd died in 430, and actually he is one of the Qudat Sab'a and one of the important judges and scholars in Hanafi school in Transylvania, Samarkand and Bukhara. The important point I want to point to it, it's he started from the method, actually it came from Iraq through just past Turkey and the previous chain. The common figure in this narrative is Abu Ja'far al-Rushani, who is the teacher of Dabusi and the student of Al-Jassas. So we could link why Dabusi started from Jassas's work in some way, and there is some other aspects we can consider in this narrative. Dabusi was contemporary to Ibn Sina. This is very important in the narrative I'm going to speak about. And actually, the Dabusi praised with very strong expressions. I quote from Ibn Arabi al-Maliki in Al-Istishfa min Kitab al-Shifa. He said, رب النعمة على أهل خراسان وعلى أهل العلم في غابر الأزمان. So why he praised him with those strong words? When Dabusi actually wrote his book in the same method with Iraqis methods, one way to another. Beside note, Ibn Arabi took al-Asrar to Fas when he gets back. This is maybe not very important to this narrative. The second, al-Asrar itself, actually al-Asrar is not the first Khilaf's book we have in Hanafi school. We have out of many other Khilaf's books, starting from the first generation, the students of Abu Hanifa, starting from Al-Hasan ibn Ziyad, reaching to Jassas and so on. So why Al-Asrar is important in Khilaf literature? When we look into Maqasid literature and Mahasin al-Sharia, we could see works before Dabusi himself. We could see Hakim al-Tirmidhi and Al-Qaffal al-Shashi. So what the new thing, the new approach Dabusi tried to give us, and why he praised that much according to this book? When we look into the name Al-Asrar in one side, and when we look into the introduction of the book in another, he saying, I quote, هذا كتاب استنبطه التفكر في أسرار المسائل والروية في فنون الدلائل. So he didn't say, I'm working on khilaf, but I'm working on the secret of the cases. After that, he's saying a very important quote: من غير إيلاع باختراع ولا إعجاب بابتداع. But when we look into the book, actually, he make a very progressive approach. So he's trying to be humble in this context, because when we're looking in the book himself, he saying strong words such as وافقني أبو حنيفة and some things like that. About Ta'leel, the last background I wanted to point, the Ta'leel in Hanafi school up to the early of the 5th century, we could consider two ways of making Ta'leel of Furu'. First is Naqli, started from Kitab or Sunnah, and the Naqli Ta'leel focusing on two aspects. The first aspect is the Juz'i Illah, and the second one, which I spoke about the previous year in this workshop, is the formation of Qawa'id al-Kulliyya in the early period of Hanafi time. The important point in this narrative, and I have to very press on it, the Dabusi will not able to do what he did without a strong background of usul or Qawa'id al-Kulliyya in that period of time. So the questions came to us: what the Dabusi did and why he did it, actually. The Dabusi legal reasoning, in my personal opinion, according to the whole collection of Al-Asrar, it's Dabusi using multiple disciplinary reasoning and try to make a legal theories in some way or structure to connect the floor and to make it sense in how the God create the world. Maybe you asking how you could say he making multidisciplinary reasoning when the all fuqaha using the terms from a different sciences like kalam, philosophy, and so on. I'll show you that. The second level, after he making that reasoning, he trying to put those reasoning in a whole picture by connected to a theory. There is, I'll speak about three of disciplines that he used. The first one is kalam, second is philosophy and ontology and sub-philosophy discipline. And philosophy of Sharia, I'll say about it now. When we look into the terms he used in kalam, he speaking, for example, for الواجب على الله خلق النار موجب الحكمة الجزاء والثواب والعقاب ألوهيته تعالى خلق الجنة والنار, etc. He using principles from kalam in ta'lil, such as ما صار حقا لله بألوهيته لا يحتمل التبدل. If I didn't mention that in Al-Isra, you will not figure out that from a legal text. I give you a large quote to consider what I'm saying. فإن قيل الله تعالى خلق النار وخلق خلقا لها وإنه حكم ماض لا بد أن يكون ولن يكون إلا بمعصية العباد ثم لم يكن إقامة المعصية التي بها يتعلق وجود هذا الحكم مباحة ولا مأمورة. So he answering that this actually he's trying to defend his point of view in some legal juz'i for cases. When we're looking before that, for example, for Jassas, when he's speaking about a case like killing monks in the holy places, Jassas given a reasoning for Abu Hanifa saying لأن الإيمان كان واجبا عليه, just like that. But when we look into the Busi and speaking in the same case, he's saying فصل في وجوب الإيمان قبل بلوغ الدعوة, and he gave 10 pages of kalami reasoning. Actually, it's a case between Maturidi and Mu'tazili about وجوب الإيمان قبل بلوغ الدعوة. He justifying what Abu Hanifa saying against Sahibain by kalam. Okay. When we look into philosophical reasoning, we could say a large amount of terminological usage, al-i'dam, al-haraka, al-sukun, al-hulul, al-tawallud, and so on. Actually, I compared between Farabi's Risalat al-Nafs and what terminologies uses by the Busi. Actually, it's the same background I can see. If you hesitate, you can change. He using this philosophical background to make a comparison between things, such as al-ma'na against surah and something like that. الاعتاق إزالة رق وإتلاف ملك لا غير فلا يكون من حكمه إلا عدم ما كان فأما وجود غيره فلا يكون حكما له حقيقة وإنما يثبت بحكم المضادة كالحركة لا تكون موجبة لذهاب السكون. And there is some other quotes. You can see here, he's speaking about one legal cases again and quote and use his background, his philosophical background to reasoning this case. والمغايرة بين الأجناس لا تثبت إلا بالصورة والمعنى فكذلك البيض والفرخ فالصورتان مختلفتان ومعنى أحدهما حياة والآخر موات وبينهما تضاد وتناف. And he is going on. I can't read all the text because of time. He actually using the ontological reasoning, speaking about the nature and how it's created, speaking about the hunger, the planets, the growing and different aspects, and try to reasoning, for example, why the ushr is an obligation. In that narrative, he tried to see how zakah is fard, for example, in the system which created by Allah. He's speaking about, for example, الجوع عبارة عن الاشتهاء ووقوع الحاجة إلى الأكل وهذا لا يبيح بحال والضرورة عبارة عن خلو المعدة عن المواد التي يتعلق بها بقاء القوى الطبيعية. And he's going. The Buddhists try to make a philosophy of Sharia by make conceptions like as حرمة الدين, حرمة الاسم, حرمة اسم الله تعالى, أحكام الدنيا وأحكام الآخرة, ضمانات الدنيا, مصالح الدنيا وخبث الاسم, and some things like that. And using those terms many times to referring and use just as without evidence speaking لأن لاسم الله تعالى حرمة sometimes and sometimes going in so specific details. After that background, he trying to build a legal theory. I could understand maybe some objection about the term of theory because it's, but it's other than maybe we could use structure, for example. He using two levels of theories. The first one is haqq. The second one is juridical or sub-theories. He's speaking about haqq approximately in each mas'ala, trying to define where is haqqullah and where is haqqul abd in this and starts. And actually, he didn't use ما اجتمع فيه الحقان like the متأخرين try to speak, because he's saying ما اجتمع فيه الحقان actually one of those two rights will be most considered, so we don't need to make a third division. Right of God and right of individual. When we come into jurisprudential theories, we could see under Haqqul Abd for the rights of individual, we could see a lot of sub-theories, just as the ownership. Speaking about the ownership in 1034 places in Al-Asrar, and speaking with very specific detail. For example, I just giving the example of ownership because I think it will be enough, inshallah. He defined the ownership, the cause of ownership, the termination of ownership, the invalidation of ownership, and goes on. Sababul milk, zawalul milk, butlanul milk, zawalul yad. And he actually making a differentiation between ownership and possession, which saying al-yad or hiyaza in another term, وقوع الملك, عدم الملك, بقاء الملك, and so on. And he actually make a sub conceptions in ownership, speaking about the conduct of those ownership or exercise the right of ownership and make a divisions under that. When we looking where he start and how it's going on, start from the whole perspective and go into Haqqullah and Haqqul Abd. Under Haqqul Abd, we could see the ownership, the right of ownership, exercise the right of ownership, and so on. İkinci çağırayım mısınız? This is how I am okay. It's going down, so.
Thank you.
We could understand the reasoning in Abu Zaid Dabusi, like a circuit starting from Furu' and get back to Furu' through those process from the whole perspective, philosophy and other disciplines, go into Haqq and the theories, after that going back to the Furu'. When we're looking to the classification, speaking about Haqqullah and its ibadat, uqubat, kafarat, speaking about Haqqul Abd and saying, I quote, al-milk Haqqul Abd. So Haqqul Abd going under the al-milk going under the Haqqul Abd, and speaking about this classification about the milk and etc. and التصرف بحق الملك تمليك إسقاط بعوض وبغيره. In conclusion, I will going to change if you. Okay. Okay. In this approach, maqasid actually isn't the last point of the fiqh, but it's a part of a bigger picture. We could understand how we connect furu' with the rights, which the right is not a maqasid work in the term of it's the end of legal perspective, but it's a start to understand another connection. And we could see the complication of the reasoning, how Dabusi tried to speak about through the book. And we could consider that the ta'lil, it's not just a jurisprudential issue, but it's beyond that, go into multidisciplinary reasoning practice. Thank you.
Can I ask you a difficult, tricky question? But more than over that is, why do you think Debussy is representative of the Hanafi approach with this? And why do you think you can extrapolate broadly for the Hanafi faith on Debussy?
Actually, I didn't say he is represent Hanafi approach. He represents himself. So I'm speaking about Debussy himself. I couldn't, according my reading, I couldn't see this practice previous injustice and those متقدمين, and I couldn't find any متأخرين too. But I could understand that with Debussy himself, why his interest in many disciplines and write in very different approach. I don't have enough details to say that, but in Al-Majalis by Abu Ja'far al-Shushani, who's the teacher, we could see how he mixing between the justification with jurisprudential and other disciplinary, like the South, for example, or other things in his book. Maybe it's not like the literature way to writing because it's majalis and they just record it and start with al-majlis al-awwal and al-majlis and like that. But we could understand how the fuqaha work in our house in this way. Allah.
Thank you, Muhammad. So I have a question that's kind of intertwined. So kind of going off of that, would you say that the Busi's legal framework he would have been the first to have made the huququllah, huququl ibad distinction?
No.
No? Okay.
No. And this going beyond, we could reach out to Muhammad Hassan. He actually speaking about Haqqullah and the Haqqul Adami. And actually, it's mentioned through many other texts after Shaybani. So Jassas developed that in that structure, not the first one. Actually, it's not a scientific thing. One man create a lot of things. It's not going like that. But he actually connected a lot of things. So
So I guess that leads to the second question about ta'deed or like pertaining to ownership. Because I think a lot of the later Hanafi texts do pick up on that, but they'll talk about, like in the school of Shafi, talking about ownership being always the prime example. But I'm just wondering how come the falsafa point never transferred into the later Hanafis, or if there's any evidence of how that was ascertained by them.
Actually, I can't speak about later Hanafi and focusing on the early period.
Yeah, please,
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. Actually, my PhD was on Al-Dabusi, and I remember that you mentioned that he was the founder of Ilm al-Khilaf. And actually, this information comes from his Tasis al-Nazar. I am sure you know this work, but you have omitted this work. And at least in manuscripts which are kept in Turkish libraries, the author of Tasis al-Nazar is indicated as Abdullah Samarkandi. And there was, if I remember correctly, there was a Turkish scholar, Ferhat Hoca, and he wrote a book, and in his book, he insisted that Tasis al-Nazar actually belongs to Abdullah Samarkandi. And if we accept this point of view, Dabusi is not the founder.
Actually, I accept that without any evidence. Dabusi is not the founder because I said that there is a many texts before Dabusi speaking about Khilaf start from the students of Abu Hanifa. So it's not the founder. But if you're speaking about Khilaf in the mind of Transoxanian, we could understand that because after the Khilaf started in Transoxanian after the Busi, we could find a lot of manuscripts such as Al-Mabsut, Sadr al-Shahid, Al-Mutawwal al-Usmandi, Al-Ta'liq al-Amidi, and so on. I could give you a 10 manuscript. But actually, the speaking about Khilaf is not considered the Iraqi's work. If you consider what Iraq is working, Dabusi in no way is the founder. Wallahu a'lam.
Yeah. And regarding his views on Usul al-Fiqh, I remember that I cannot remember now exactly the source, but some sources tell that Dabusi's views on Usul al-Fiqh or his Taqlim al-Adillah
is basically based on another usul work which was written in the beginning of 10th century. I think 932 or something, and this is Al-Ghunya fil Usul and written by As-Sijistani, if I remember correctly. Maybe we should go back to these sources as well. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I actually didn't think what I'm saying related to the usul al-fiqh directly because it's another approach. But I hope to find that.
Thank you, Hannah, for your presentation. Just my ignorance of Hanafism and related to Buddhism. Is this based on Taqlim al-Adilla?
No, it's based on al-Isra.
Okay, so let me ask you, it's called Asrar al-Taklif? Asrar al-Taklif?
No, Asrar al-Masail.
Asrar al-Masail. Okay, anyway. So,
Or al-Isra, there is a different names.
it's fine. So it sounds like he's giving a really profound theory of the deep rational structure of the Sharia. That's in harmonious with philosophy, etc., all the way down. So it's rational all the way down. Couple of questions. Does he, I'm guessing the answer is no, he doesn't talk about Amma. So he doesn't talk about the binding or non-binding character of will in the form of commands from the ruler.
I couldn't answer such question like that because it's a 10 volume. I didn't remember all of them, but I think, yeah, it's no. Huh?
Yeah.
العربية
I couldn't remember that much, but I probably it's not.
Okay, so my question is the following: is the way taklif defined that it excludes positive obligations that result from will? So, for example, is a negative. If if I swore an oath to do some act, is that classified as a kind of amr? Or is it classified as some sort of token that falls in this rational structure?
I think he not speaking about amr, but he's speaking about the obligations, not in related to the will and the ma'mur bi or something. He's speaking about how this fits the rights itself in this system.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. So, like, is the obligation that arises from something like an oath, is that a different kind of obligation than taklif?
I couldn't find something.
And then
as I
one smaller stupid question. So he talked about furud kifaya. How does furud kifaya fit in this structure? Does he talk about that?
Okay, we have one last question from Muhammad. Janine, sorry,
I want to give a citation for Muhammad. Morteza Bedr's article, Reason and Revelation, goes into diversity on these topics and that one of them. So it would be, it's going to give you the background that you're interested in.
Thank you for the presentation. The question about, do we have biographical details about his connection to philosophers?
There is one quote in one manuscript speaking that he wrote a birthday for Ibn Sina, but actually it's just a story because the Ibn Sina did before him. But you don't need a biographical details. You could see it yourself by the terms and the heavy presence of the philosophical background in his book. But actually, I don't think he's quoted from Ibn Sina, but I think maybe with his teacher, I couldn't find a strict text I could point to, but I'm just guessing it could be Farabi's work but it's normal because this area at this time have a lot of rational works and philosophical texts, so maybe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our second presenter is Dr. Kureya. The presentation is how Hafs is Abu Hafs, determining the qira'ah of Tafsir al-Nasr.
Okay. Why don't we go? No.
Yes.
I think so. Okay. Sorry. That's right. Goes the opposite. Right. Good. Goes right to left now, right? All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm grateful to our organizers, in particular our local host, the Imam Bukhari Research Center, for a wonderful program that's off to a great start. I'm honored to join you all today to share some of my research that, like my colleagues on this panel, exposes the connections between Ma Wara al-Nahr and Iraq. It is about tafsir, however. All right, so some time ago, I serendipitously encountered Tafsir al-Nasr, a rhyming prose translation of the Quran into Persian by the illustrious Abu Hafs Omar Najmuddin Nasafi. I was working on a translation of Surah Saba, that's chapter 34, verses 40 to 41, when I realized that the reading, the qira'ah, being used was not Hafs on Asim, which is, our most popular reading that we see in the Egyptian Quran Mus'haf publishing. So that's not entirely unexpected, obviously, all right, that's why we have multiple readings. But it did make me wonder what reading would Najmuddin Nasafi have used? What was his training with the Quran? Would the reading reflect any relationships with regions or networks of scholars? And most importantly, would it be Hanafi enough to maintain my image of Ma Wara al-Nahr as the Hanafi stronghold of all things? So of course, these verses by themselves are not going to be sufficient to provide an answer. So I dug deeper, looking for orthographic and morphologic differences that could be reflected in translation. This paper is the modest result of those efforts. So Abu Hafs Najmuddin Umar bin Muhammad bin Ahmed bin Ismail bin Luqman al-Nasafi, as-Samarqandi al-Hanafi, was born in Nakhshab, Nasaf, near Bukhara in about 462 AH, and is considered to be from among the greatest Hanafi scholars. Perhaps the most unconventional aspect of his biographies is the report that he was in the habit of teaching both human and jinni students, thus earning him the laqab Mufti al-Qadim. Regardless of his associations and great successes in his scholarship, Najmuddin Nasafi is, throughout the sources, the primary target of a grammatical joke regarding the declining, insiraf, of definite and indefinite nouns due to the convenient nature of his name, Omar, as a part of speech. So I've included the generic form of this joke here, just to get us started. And I wanted to ask if anyone would like to read it.
حكى أنه أراد أن يزور جار الله الزمخشري في مكة، فلما وصل إلى داره دق الباب ليفتحوه ويأذنوا له بالدخول، فقال الشيخ: من ذا الذي يدق الباب؟ فقال عمر، فقال جار الله انصرف جار الله انصرف، فقال نجم الدين عمر لا ينصرف، فقال الزمخشري إذا نكر
Sorry.
إذا ذكر صرف.
So can anyone explain the two sides of the joke here? Grammar is important in this paper. You want to try? Okay.
Yeah, so he's basically, it's a wordplay between leaving versus conjugating, if I'm correct.
Yes, okay, so he says, who's at the door? And he says, Omar. And he basically says, John says, go away, I'm not available, right? That's one meaning, but it's also John declines, like in grammatically declines, right, in declination. And so Najmuddin picks this up as a grammatical concept, it doesn't decline. But then Zamakhshari says, well, if he's unknown, then he goes away or declines. So that's the double meaning throughout the whole thing. So, poor Omar. I hope that actually happened in some form. Oh, actually, no, let me go back. Sorry, we're gonna talk about the title next, all right? So, Tafsir al-Nasafi, this Persian translation, presents as a unique case in Persian tafsir because it's not a loquacious exegesis. This is just 2 volumes in its edited form. Rather, it's an attempt to render and thus interpret the Quran in a language most likely more accessible to the author's audience. Okay? And I say that to remind us all that at his time in Samarkand, and even today, most at his time, spoke Persian at home. And if they were learning, they were conversing in Persian, even though they were reading Arabic texts. So as Travis Zadeh has noted, far from presenting itself as a translation autonomous from its source, this translation of the Quran entirely in rhymed prose, that's mustajaa, enwraps the Arabic of the Quran in the melodious cadence of the Persian language. Although reference to this work is found in Persian sources, its existence as recorded in Arabic sources is at best open to question. So with Nasafi's reputation as the author of the famous Aqidah and the collection of fiqh text, he is generally less known by those who are not specialists in his scholarship for his work in tafsir, hadith, and even legal theory. So to ease my mind and that of anyone reading my scholarship on this topic of Quranic variants in a Persian translation of the Quran, stylized as a tafsir, I'd like to offer evidence of Nasafi's prowess with tafsir and the qira'at from another known work of his. This is attributed in the Arabic sources, a Taysir fi Tafsir. The introductory section of this work on Ilm al-Tafsir shows us as a scholar who is very well versed in the theory of tafsir and the qira'at tradition. It also demonstrates that Nasafi was comfortable composing not only in Persian, but also in alternating Arabic and Persian, primarily for rhetorical effect. And Nasafi writes, and this is in Arabic in the Taysir, it is that tafsir is the uncovering of the apparent in God's speech, and ta'wil is the uncovering of his inner meaning. Or, in Persian, and he actually says bifarsi, tafsir is the making apparent of the superficial meaning of God's speech, and ta'wil is the discovery of its interior meaning. His writing style is very fluid and poetic, and his Persian sections tend to rhyme, just like the tafsir Nasafi is, as a mustajaa translation. Finally, Nasafi demonstrates an acute understanding of the qira'at tradition in the Taysir, spending large portions of entries discussing the Uthmanic and non-Uthmanic and extremely rare variants of verses. So he knew what he was talking about. All right, so let's begin with the verse that initially drew my attention to this inquiry. The first several words of the Persian translation alert us to the difference in the qira'ah. I've highlighted it in red here. I think only a handful of people in here know Persian, but this is the Hassan Atham reading in Arabic on the left. And you can see the verbs are conjugated in the third person singular. However, in Persian, they're conjugated in first person plural, okay? And that actually indicates another reading, not Hassan Atham, but something else. Specifically, it indicates that this might be a Basran or Kufan reading, okay, that this is where all this starts. So seeing this difference, we're able to then use comparative sources on the canonical variant readings of the Quran, such as Sabr al-Shaz, al-Bast fil Qira'at al-Ashr, to determine that Nasafi is most definitely not using Hassan Atham reading, which again, maybe not surprising, but then what is he using, right? So now that we know that he's not using that, let's take a look. So, knowing that Nasafi was given what seems to have been a standard Hanafi Maturidi training with the Bezdawi brothers, so Abu al-Usr, Abu Yusr, and Abu Mu'in al-Nasafi, and considering the knowledge of the Qira'at tradition that he demonstrates in the Taysir, the reading he uses in his Persian tafsir is most likely to be something pretty standard, Okay, we're not dealing with some really rare variant here. So I turned to Theodor Nordicke because he gives us a list of the primary orthographic differences amongst the orthomatic readings in his Geschichte des Korans. Unfortunately, some of these orthographic differences also contribute to semantic or morphologic differences. So the first of these from Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 111, is representative of the primarily Syrian emission of wow at the beginning of some verses. This orthographic difference indicating Syrian readings, but also the Medinan and Meccan readings, and those similar to it, which can be found, for example, in these two verses, do not occur in the Tafsir Nasafi. So we do not have that Syrian Meccan Medinan variant of omitting the wow. The wow is preserved in the Persian translation, or Persian vav. So on this basis, the Syrian Meccan and Medinan readings probably can't apply to this Persian tafsir, and this is only further confirmed by the absence of other key orthographic differences, such as in 2.132, 3.184, 7.141, 25.25, or 40.16. There were a lot of variants to look at. All right. So the qualifying orthomatic readings are thus reduced to these two locations, Kufa and Basra. Okay, so we've knocked out everything else. Returning to Nordicke, he lists 2389 as indicative of the Basran readings in particular. The Arabic variant is Allah as opposed to Lillah, and the Persian reads Khudai, which is the equivalent of Allah rather than Lillah, right? The reading remains in part at least Basran at this point. Nordicke also notes the Kufan variant Amalet as opposed to Amaletu in verse 36-35, and this is not present in the Persian tafsir. So Persian 36-35 reads Nekard on Ra das Tashan, giving the equivalent direct object for the verb to do, to make, in agreement with the non-Kufan readings. This variant occurs in Abu Bakr, Khalaf Ibn Hamza, Khalad, and al-Qasai's Kufan readings, and therefore these readings do not appear to be applicable to this case. Okay. So in Quran 40:26, this is also indicated as a Kufan variant, and at first glance, this variant seems to be present in the Persian text. So the variant is on yuzhar fil ard fasada, or yuzhar fil ard fasada. Again, we're dealing with multiple readings here throughout this particular verse, rather than wa'en. So the difference is on or wa'en. Okay. So in the Persian, it's rendered ya. That's the most important part for us, but this variant belongs strictly to the Kufan readings and does not occur in either of the Basran readings or I should say, the Rawayas, Aduri and Asusi, which read wa'an. However, the Persian reads dar zamin, which is the equivalent of fil ard, which occurs in the Basran readings and one of the Kufan variants. As well as Padid Kunad Tarasamin Fitna Bebelawa, Padid Kunad indicating the transitive verb, and the Ra in this instance indicating the direct object. This corresponds to the Basran and one Kufan reading, Yuzra fil ard fasada. I told you there was a lot of grammar. Although this verse appears to create an impasse in determining at the very least whether the reading is Kufan or Basran, we can still try to differentiate between the two. The Kufan reading seems to apply in 40:26 at the level of on versus ya, while the Basran reading applies at the yuzra fil ard fasada. Of these two instances, my argument is that the second is a much stronger case. The particle ya in Persian, much like baz in the first verse that I showed you, is not always loyal to its standard lexicographic meaning, especially in this time period of Persian writing. So especially also in the musajja poetic context that an SFP seeks to create, ya indicates connection and conjunction between these two concepts, but does not necessarily also indicate an absolute choice between them, which O would indicate. Thus, I suggest that the Kufan variant influence in the verse can be safely put aside in favor of the Basran reading. Now that we've got our reading hypothesized pretty strongly here, we can now contend with the two Basran Rawaya, so Aduri and Nasusi. These are That's Abu Shu'ayb al-Susi and Abu Amr al-Duri, and they're both narrating from Abu Amr ibn Ala, but one is indirect. There's another step in between. So to differentiate between these two, we can return to 3440. In this case, the Persian corresponds to a Susi's reading, specifying we will say to the angels, lil malaika, before the question, did these people used to worship you? While this is evidence pointing to a Susi's reading, the presence of Baz in the Persian, which could correspond with Ummah in some of the non-Basran readings, offers a considerable obstacle. It is possible that Baz, or addressing the angels directly, is just an exegetical or rhythmic ornament from Nasafi, which has no bearing on the reading he uses. Before concluding, however, I want to turn to Tafsir once again to see what the Qira'ah evidence is there, and if it will help clarify this pseudo-Susi riwaya that we have. All right. So it's likely that a scholar composing multiple works of tafsir, such as a Nasafi, would appeal to the same reading for each, as one would hope so. Therefore, any indication of the reading and riwaya used in the tafsir could be helpful in confirming the same for the Persian tafsir. Let's remember that the tafsir is primarily in Arabic, with brief Persian explanations of key concepts. So the first verse of concern is 248, which reads, La yuqbalu and Hafsa Asam. Nasafi instead uses La tuqbalu, the Meccan and Basran variant. This brings us closer to the Susi on Ibn Amr reading of the Persian tafsir. Then in verse 143, Nasafi gives La ru'fun, it's a shorter vowel form, which is the Basran and Kufan reading, in contrast to La ru'ufun. Okay? And that's the Kufan Hafsan, also Syrian, Meccan, and Medinan variant. So having eliminated all the other readings, we're left once again to the Basran readings of the Susi and the Duri. This generally serves to support the pseudo-Susi hypothesis for the Persian tafsir. Nasafi most likely used the same reading for both texts, so we should expect to find at least the same geographic affiliation, that is Basra, for his reading. So although it is tempting to turn from the canonical to the non-canonical readings, hoping to solve this problem, get some clarity about whether or not it is actually a Susi on Abi Amr, the probability of the tafsir and Nasafi having a non-canonical reading is actually very low. The chapter names and numeration are consistent with the standard text and within the boundaries of the canonical readings. The overwhelming Basran nature of the few semantically effective orthographic verses also refutes the possibility of a non-canonical reading, as does the evidence from Nasafi's Arabic tafsir, which points to Basran origins. Furthermore, in light of Nasafi's educational background and scholarly career, it's difficult for me to imagine that he would pass on a non-canonical reading, especially through a text meant for an audience lacking a polished grasp of Arabic. It's very likely that the issues discussed above regarding minor inconsistencies with the Basran reading stem from Nasafi's effort to compose a metered, rhyming tafsir, which truly approximates more of a tarjuma than a tafsir in the traditional sense. Based on the tafsir, we know he is capable of composing a traditional Arabic tafsir, and therefore his motivation to compose the Persian text must have been for a different purpose, and possibly affected his artistic loyalty to his chosen Basran Qira'ah and Riwaya. And that's what I have to share with you today. I wanted to share some of the sources that I pulled from, because I did, for example, use a manuscript for the tafsir instead of any of the published editions. And you might also want to know about the tafsir to Nasafi, because most people have never engaged with this text. So, thank you.
Thank you. Video for taking the time. We have about 10 minutes. Questions, comments?
Yes.
Just one question regarding the manuscript. I assume this was written as a, what do you call it? Where the Arabic and the Persian was published together in the original manuscript, or no? It was interlinear, like.
Not interlinear, they're together, like it flows in the text.
Okay.
So if it were interlinear, you would expect like notes basically.
Right.
To clarify. But this was just him in the text saying, and then we say in Persian, XYZ.
Right.
He does that actually in his Tafsir Usul al-Fiqh as well, and the introductory portion of it too. Yes, Sean?
Okay.
This is tafsir. Tafsir. Tafsir is and tafsir in Persian language.
Yes, tafsir and nasafi is in Persian.
One, but translate this tafsir in Persian language.
Tafsir for tafsir is mostly in Arabic.
Yeah, I know,
Correct.
but in first one,
Mhm.
there's language, it is translate about these books. I will have specific type of that. I see
No,
it's different.
It's completely different. Yeah, the tafsir and nasafi is literally just the Quran. It's his literal rendering and translation of the Quran. But it's called tafsir, so.
Thank you for the presentation.
Of course.
I would like to. My question about, do you know about the Zinatul Qari? About Qur'an,
Yes,
fatwa.
yes,
Maybe can you search
yes, I need to compare, yeah.
compare it, yes.
Mhm. Yes, I need to compare with that one too. Yeah, this is very preliminary and experimental, so between these two texts, but yes, that's excellent. Yeah, I will need to use that one. Thank you.
This is like a series that's published in 2020. So, no.
Garage.
Yes, yes.
No, the top one? The top one, so it was edited in Iran by, oh, there's also an edition in Istanbul. Oh, here, yes, yes, yeah, yeah.
I just want to ask the first tafsir and tafsir recipe. Is this tafsir and recipe of Omar and recipe or the Barakat and recipe?
Omar Najmi.
Because sometimes it can be.
Yes. No, that's why I went through the Arabic and Persian, the bibliographical and biographical sources to check. And like I said, it's not attested in the Arabic, but it is attested in Persian on the bibliographical sources.
Also, in the recipes, there is, I think, 2 or 3 parts about Qur'an, maybe you can give further
Yes.
information for you.
Yes, definitely. I want to develop this further. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for this paper. It's actually very interesting.
Thank you.
Could we extend the conclusion if we could find another evidence? The Basrian Qira'at is more used in some kind of period of time, or you don't have anything?
That would be my hope to find, yes. I know I asked you about how can you argue that Lucy is representative of the history? I would hope that Najmuddin is representative of the education that they were receiving at that time. And so if I looked at Aladdin Samarkandi and Abu Mu'in Nasafi, I would expect to find something similar, but I haven't investigated that yet. So, I would hope so.
Just another kind of tertiary question, but who was the intended audience for this tafsir? Would it have been more of a madrasa student-teacher relationship, or was it more so like tafsir am type of situation?
My theory on this, and Sayyid Barak also, he knows very, very well this one encyclopedic text called Matla'a Najm al-Ulum that has all of these together basically, and a whole lot more from Najmuddin that we didn't know about until we started working with it. And you can see from that text, as well as from his other works that we have already known about, he's very concerned with how students learn and what you need to learn in order to participate in academia and scholarship at the time.
he's not a gatekeeper. He's very much trying to make this accessible. And so you see that throughout his works, where he's saying things in Persian too, right? To better explain basic concepts, to like establish the foundation, and then let's take off into the Arabic, right? Or writing whole works in Persian. So I think he was very concerned with students being able to learn, maybe not necessarily lay people, because we're talking about literacy rates at that time. I don't know exactly what that would have been, but probably not so great. But for students, definitely, to be able to get their foot in the door and start learning. Yeah, that's who this is intended for.
Any other questions? Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our third presenter is Serdar Kunaz. The presentation is the Iraqi and Central Asian traditions and Ḥanafi legal theory. Thank you, Serdar.
Thank you, Sami, for inviting me, and also thank all the organizers for the wonderful conference. I want to talk about the Mashayikh al-Iraq and Mashayikh al-Samarkand. Briefly to say that probably it is known to all of you that the Hanafi tradition has its own systematic of technical terms and differs from the Maliki, Shafi, and Hanbali tradition. In general, Hanafi scholars have a stricter approach regarding epistemological concerns, which have direct effects on their legal hermeneutics. A closer look at Hanafi usul works reveals that Hanafi scholars developed with regard to some usul discussions in all the Iraqi and in later Central Asian tradition, often referred to as Samarkand or Maturidi tradition, sometimes also Mawara al-Nahr tradition of Mashayikh Mawara al-Nahr, which is interestingly often closer to the Shafi'i Ash'ari usul fiqh. In this paper, I want to present these two strands of the Hanafi tradition with regard to selected topics from Islamic legal theory, namely the epistemological status of general utterances, the categories which are the categories of clarity and ambiguity, and the method of specification, which is called takhsis. Subsequently, I will briefly refer to the emergence of Central Asian tradition and its reception in order to weigh which of these two traditions was the predominant one in the Hanafi usul fiqh. If we look at well-known Hanafi sources, we can see that at least within the hermeneutical discussions on clarity and ambiguity and specification, the Iraqi Hanafi tradition seems to be the predominant one. The Samarkand tradition seems to have been addressed explicitly in the 6th or 7th century, and first by Alauddin al-Samarkandi, who directly refers to Abu Mansur al-Maturidi, the eponym of the Maturidi school. In order to check these assumptions, I structured my presentation as follows. I will first analyze the two case studies, clarity and ambiguity and specification. Then I will focus on the reception of the Samarkand tradition with regard to these two cases studied in the later Hanafi sources. So as it is common to all schools of law in the Islamic legal tradition, scholars discuss the different types of clarity and ambiguity of utterances in Quran and Hadith. This is an important question since the clearer a text is, the less likely it is to be interpreted. Hanafis with and after Debussy distinguish between 4 types of clear utterances. Evident, fixed, explicated and conclusive, ظاهر, نص, مفسر, محكم. An utterance of a word is evident when the utterance is clearly understandable to the listener simply by hearing it. The addressee understands what the speaker means when he, for instance, says in Quran 275, God has permitted trading. If this meaning is confirmed by a further indicator, a qarina, which the speaker himself uses, it is then called fixed. Looking again at Surah Al-Baqarah, we see that the primary intention of the speaker is not to say that sales contracts are permissible. Rather, the intention is to distinguish sales contract from the forbidden form of trade, such as interest. Riba. The difference between nas and zahir is that we need stronger evidence in order to interpret in an utterance that is called nas. If you find an additional indicator that explains the specific meaning of an utterance so that there is no room for interpretation, then this type of utterance is called explicated mufassar. The commonality among these three categories is that each of them can potentially be abrogated by later utterance. However, if we know that an utterance could have not been abrogated and is fully clear, then this statement is called conclusive. For instance, Hanafi's quote Surah 24, verse 4, as a conclusive utterance, excluding the slanderer from the circle of witnesses forever. These four categories have four complementary categories of ambiguity. That's the wrong direction. Yeah, there we go. These four categories are hidden, khafi, doubtful, mushkil, summarized, mujmal, and obscure, mutashabih. The ambiguity grows gradually with regard to additional factors that hinders us to understand the utterance properly. This distinction is commonly accepted among Hanafi scholars. However, they disagree on the epistemic value of zahir and nas. According to the Iraqi tradition, among whom are prominent scholars like Abu Hassan al-Karhi and the Central Asian scholars Debussy, al-Fazdawi, and al-Sarakhsi, zahir and nas statements are certain, qat'i, regarding their indicative character for meanings. Scholars like Ahmad bin Aslam al-Khandi state that Samarkand Hanafis, among them and Maturidi, categorize zahir and nas as presumptive, dhanni. Samarkandi argues for this weak epistemological status with regard to the possibility that, for instance, evident general utterances can be specified by more specific utterances if they address the same legal issue. Thus, one cannot know with certainty that the evident general meaning is intended by the speaker. The same is true for the possibility that the statement could be used in a figurative sense. Majaz. One can only assume that the statement is meant literally and not figuratively. The Iraqi tradition, however, does not consider these possibilities and do not reduce the epistemic value of zahir and nas. The dispute among Hanafis revolves around the epistemic value of general evidence statements, al-am, since all schools agree on the epistemic value of specific utterances, al-khas. The indicative character of khas is certain. Hence, it affects this decision or discussion affects the method of specification to which we can now turn to. So the basic function of this method is that the general utterance in Quran and Hadith can be specified by a specific utterance either in Quran and or Sunnah, or with regard to further sources of which the specifying function is controversial, like qiyas. For instance, in Surah 9, verse 103, this verse commands that the Prophet should take alms taxes from the property of the believers. This would mean that the Prophet should tax everything that the believers possess. However, many hadith, like the well-known statement of the Prophet that the believers should pay 1 sheep as alms taxes if they possess 40 sheep, specify the general statement in the Quran. One major factor for the validity of specification is the epistemic value of the indicative character of general utterances. Iraqi scholars like al-Karhi and al-Jassas, scholars from Central Asia like al-Debussy, al-Fazdawi, and al-Sarakhsi, as well as Mu'tazili scholars, state that the evident meaning of general utterances should be regarded with certainty as being general. For the Samarkand tradition, there is always a possibility that the general utterance could have been specified. Thus, we can only assume that general utterances should be regarded as being general. Thus, hence, they are presumptively general. Let us have a look at one example in order to understand the difference. Surah 73, verse 20 says that the believer should, while praying, recite what is easy for them. Hence, for the Iraqi tradition, this verse definitely refers to all possible Quranic passages that the believer could recite. The statement cannot be specified by means of a single tradition, so-called khabar al-wahid, like the prayer of the one who does not recite the Fatiha prayer is invalid. La salata illa bi Fatiha. Because this hadith, as single report, is presumptive knowledge. For Iraqi Hanafis, it cannot specify the general statement in the Quran that the prayers of the believers are valid even without the recitation of Al-Fatiha. The specification of the general utterance can only occur through a definitive reference like a mashhur and mutawatir. For the Samarkand tradition, this argument doesn't hold, since they state that general utterances indicate presumptively the general meaning. Thus, the specific utterance, which indicates its meaning with certainty, is stronger than a general statement. A single tradition, which can only be presumptively proven that it stems from the Prophet, it is dhanni thubut, can specify a Quranic verse that stems definitely from the Prophet. It is qat'i thubut. Both are on different epistemic levels stronger than the other. Hence, in contrast to the Iraqi tradition, there is no contradiction of two equivalent statements that have both strong indicative characters. This discussion among Hanafi scholars, which also comprises the other schools of law, has direct impact on the requirement of a valid specification. Hanafis, who follow the Iraqi tradition, argue accordingly that only mutawatir, or very strong hadith like mashhur, hadith can specify general Quranic utterances. Presumptive evidences like single traditions or analogy cannot specify general utterances in the Quran. The Hanafi tradition, the Iraqi Hanafi tradition, require correspondence between the contradicting religious texts and evidences. Once a general Quranic utterance is specified with a strong hadith, they downgrade the epistemic value of the general statement. The specific general statement is now presumptively general, so that single traditions and further presumptive proofs like qiyas can specify the general statement. The Samarkand tradition does not need all these requirements, so do not the Maliki, Shafi'i, and Hanbali schools. We can see further consequences of this decision of the Hanafi tradition, as well as the Mu'tazilis, in further related questions. Iraqi Hanafis require that specification can only be valid for cases where two distinct and independent statements are brought together and are specified. They require a collision of legal evidences so that the specification can solve the collision. In this case, each utterance is completely comprehensible without a specification, however, collide and contradict. Hanafis reject calling cases of particularization as specification with so-called conjunct evidences, mukhassis muttasil, since these cases are not cases of collision. For instance, if the speaker uses exceptions or conditions for his general utterance, then this is for Hanafis the case of reduction, called qasr. The reason is that the speaker himself makes an exception. If the speaker, for example, says, reward all guests except Zayd, who Zayd is always the exception, then we know with certainty that the speaker specified his statement. The reason is that conjunctive evidences are not comprehensible on their own. We would not understand the utterance except Zayd if it were not in close connection with the sentence, reward all guests. Thus, this type of limitation is not a specification for Iraqi Hanafis, rather a reduction, which has not the same effect that specification has. The downgrading of the specified general utterance to the level of presumption does not occur here. Hence, a reduced utterance can only be specified by correspondingly strong evidence. As the Samarkandi, the representative of the Samarkand tradition, does not follow this line of argumentation and says that specification is possible through conjunct and disjunct references, which is also the same tradition, which is also the same line of argumentation of Shafi'i and Maliki scholars. Categorizing general utterances at the level of certainty or presumption leads at least to one further question. Is it possible to solve the contradiction between the general and specific statement with regard to specification under any circumstance, or should we have knowledge about the chronology of the colliding evidences? Iraqi Hanafis and Mu'tazilis require proximity, since general utterances have for them the epistemic value of certainty. If we require proximity in time between these two utterances, and if we know that it is not the case, we cannot use the method of specification anymore. Rather, we should make use of abrogation. Nasakh. The majority of scholars, among whom the Samarkand Hanafis are, does not require the proximity of the general and specific statements, since we know only presumptively that the general utterance indicates a general meaning, and we can assume the specification as a default. Coming on to the emergence of the Central Asian Usul tradition and its reception. If we compare the sources that are referred to, most Hanafis follow the Iraqi tradition, and some of them mention the Samarkand tradition. We see the first mention of the Samarkand tradition, and that it is the preferable view in Al-Atin al-Samarkand's Mizan al-Usul, often with reference to al-Maturidi. I hope the choice of the color is well, so you can see there is Samarkandi. Before him, neither al-Jassas nor al-Debusi and his close followers, al-Hazdawi and al-Sarakhsi, refer to the Samarkand tradition. However, at least al-Sarakhsi mentions the Iraqi tradition only. Obviously, he has an awareness of a distinct tradition that he relates to the Iraqis. After Samarkandi, scholars like al-Lamishi, Abu Barakat al-Nasafi, Abdulaziz al-Bukhari, Qawam al-Din al-Kaki, Mullah Khusbab, and Ibn Nujaym. Ibn Nujaym refer to them and differentiate between the Iraqi and Samarkand tradition. Further scholars like Sadr Sharia Ubaydullah do not refer specifically to the Iraqi and Samarkand tradition in the related subjects that I addressed before. However, his commentator Saduddin al-Taftazani does. References to both traditions regarding this question is absent in the text of Cairene scholars like Akmal al-Din al-Babarti, Ibn al-Humam, and Emir Badishah. The same holds for the Indian scholars like Ibn Abd al-Shakur al-Bihari and Musallim al-Thubut, and his commentator Nizamuddin al-Laknawi in Fawatih al-Hamud. If we compare the sources in which the authors refer to both traditions, we see a great convergence with As-Samarkandi's Mizan, either by similarities in wording, for example in Lamishi's work, or by direct reference, for example in Bukhari's, Bukhari's work. We find also similarities because of a master-student relationship, for example Bukhari and al-Kaki. And if we look at the sources that are referred to, it seems that starting with Al-Atin al-Samarkandi, especially among a circle of scholars, it was usual to distinguish between these two traditions and mention the Samarkand tradition as part of the Hanafi legal theory. Then one last question remains: why did the Samarkandi start referring to the Samarkand tradition? As he mentions himself, a Samarkandi has a project in mind. He wants to establish a Maturidi Hanafi legal theory because already his master, Ibn Mu'in al-Nasafi, was committed to giving Maturidi Kalam a systematic shape and defended against competing theological schools. For Samarkandi, legal theory is a branch of theology, usul al-din, and thus it should be based on Kalam presuppositions. He complains about the purely juristic style of argumentation in Hanafi usul books and wants to find new ways in order to shape the Hanafi tradition according to Sunni, in his case, Maturidi theology. Al-Samarkandi's efforts can be best understood within the context of Central Asia in the 5th century. By that time, the Mu'tazili literature and ideas started declining, and the Ash'ari views and ideas dominated the field of theology and legal theory. Mu'tazili concepts and ideas on legal theory survived within the Imami, Zaydi, and often in Shafi'i literature when it was compatible with Ash'ari theology. Shafi'i and Maliki scholars were clearly identifiable as Ash'ari scholars. Hanafis, however, had different theological orientations. Some of them were overtly or implicitly in line with Mu'tazili ideas and concepts. Others distanced themselves from them, but did not defend positions at all costs that could be labeled as being Sunni. We find also some scholars who were in line with the Ash'ari or Murji'i tradition. Thus, in Central Asia, there was a vacuum for Hanafis in their theological views, even though they belonged to the Sunni tradition. They could not consider Ash'ari theology since Hanafis were always in struggle with the Shafi'i tradition, who were almost entirely Ash'ari. As Samarkandi tried to establish a theological basis for the Hanafi tradition that could be clearly regarded as being Sunni and different from the Ash'ari tradition, or as he says, from Ahl Hadith. Al-Maturidi fitted very well in Samarkandi's project because of his distance to Mu'tazilis and his independence from Al-Ash'ari. So now my concluding words. We can say that the dichotomy of Samarkand and Iraq tradition goes back to Samarkandi's Mizan. After him, scholars from Samarkand or Central Asia refer to both traditions as a standard reference. Since Central Asian Usul works were among the important sources of Anatolian and Kareen Hanafis, it is not a coincidence that some of them adopted this distinction, as we see it in Mullah Khosrow's and in Ibn James' texts. However, mentioning the Samarkand tradition does not mean that Hanafis preferred their views. They often prefer the competing Iraqi view. The reason might be the authority of Central Asian scholars who followed the Iraqi tradition in the line of Al-Karhi and Al-Jassas. We can mention among them Al-Debusi, Al-Pazdawi, and Al-Sarqs. Once this tradition was authoritative enough to definitely distinguishable from the Shafi tradition, most Hanafi scholars seemingly did not feel the need for an explicitly distinguishable theologically oriented Maturidi Samarkandi tradition. The distinctiveness from the Shafi tradition seems to be a major factor for their decisions, since the Samarkand tradition comprises legal theoretical aspects that were too close to the Shafi tradition, as we saw it in the case of specification. Not every Hanafi scholar felt the need for mentioning both traditions. Many of them, such as Kareen and Indian scholars, did not refer to them. However, these are only preliminary results that mostly focus on examples discussed in relation to usul matters. We need more evidences with regard to other fields of legal theory, whereas Samarkandi refers to the Samarkand tradition, or as Sarasi highlights the Iraqi tradition. We should analyze, or I should analyze, how these views were received from later scholars and widen the scope to better understand the development of both traditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Darrell, and thanks for taking the time. We have about 2 minutes or so for questions and comments. Okay,
So thank you for that. So the one question that I have is particularly in a lot of Hanafi fiqh works, for example, talking about the khas and the am, and then how amongst even within the Hanafis, they'll say, for example, that the generally accepted position about something would be to, if you have something that's khas, then you act upon that in the best way possible. But then if you look at like the footnotes, they'll mention as a footnote, there is some difference here between those in Mawara and then those in Iraq, and then they'll push them into the Shafi'is. And then like some of the examples that they'll list, for example, is a woman's iddah post-divorce, right? That's like the most common example. But were there, I mean, from what history recalls, was there a lot of, I guess, was there a lot of strife created from that difference because of those that claimed the banner of Hanafism in those eras?
Honestly, I don't know the answer to that question. I'm sorry. I have to thoroughly read all the references in the Hanafi literature to give an answer.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. It's really interesting. I was wondering, I think Madelung argued that the Eastern tradition, or tradition of Eastern Hanafism, wasn't really known in Iraq, or rather actually neglected until the Seljuks, until kind of the westward migration of the Seljuks and Turks. How does that, I mean, fit into what you've been seeing?
Well, one could combine that because I don't know I don't really know when for example, in some Iraqi scholars quote whom was it Sirnaki, for example, he refers, because he understands himself as being a specifically Maturidi Hanafi scholar, he refers to the Samarkand tradition, but interestingly, although he knows Mizan Usul of the Samarkandi, he does not refer to those questions dealt with which the Samarkandi deals with. He does not discuss the Samarkandi positions there. He discusses positions that, with regard to the Samarkand tradition, that we cannot find in the Samarkandi's work, for example. So he is somehow referring to him, but in a very interesting way. So he does not directly quote him when he refers to the Samarkand tradition. It could be possible that within that movement, with the Seljuk movement, that the sources in Central Asia were more prominent amongst Iraqi scholars, but Sirnaki is the only one I've read so far. And I would also love to read also Furu texts related to those questions, which are with which the scholars in Usul text deal with, to see if there also a reference to the Samarkandi tradition or not. So it could fit in that view, but I'm not sure if I can draw that conclusion with regard to what I've read so far in the Usul text.
So much. I was going to ask about how we can compare Alaaddin Samarkandi's project with Sadr Sharia's project. If you are familiar with Sadr Sharia's Usul project, Alaaddin Samarkandi tried to provide a theological basis for the Hanafi Usul, and you said that this did not continue. Actually, Hanafis, the later Hanafis did not follow in his footsteps. Rather, they followed the Husi, Bezdevi, and Sarasi line. Sadr Sharia actually tried to do the same thing in a different way. He also tried to provide a theological basis, distinctly Maturidi theological basis for his for Hanafi Usul. But in this case, instead of restructuring the let's say the Bezdevi type of writing Usul, he just provided the theological basis, taking it from Prophet al-Razi. So he was from Bukhara. So can we say that he was trying to create a Bukhari Usul, or what do you think about it?
I'm not sure if he tried to provide a Bukhara, specifically Bukharan theological basis. I would say that Sadr Sharia's project is quite, from his strategy, it is much more clever than what Samarkandi did. The major problem in Samarkandi's work is as well the structure of the whole work. If you read it, if you omit that it was a Samarkandi, and if you also somehow do not read the references as Ahlul Hadith and so on and so forth, you can see that it is closely linked to the Ash'ari and Shafi tradition. Also with how he structured the whole book, he starts with Kitab al-Sunnah, and within the chapters of Kitab, he discusses Amr, Nahi, and so on. But Sadr Sharia did it in a different way. So he basically use the structure, as you have mentioned already, regarding the structure of Saras and Pesdev, and I think that these two were much more influential than Al-Tabusi directly. So he could maintain the inner structure and also the inner logic of the Hanafi tradition and make some different theological interpretations regarding to not directly to questions of legal hermeneutics, rather the basis of legal hermeneutics. So I can imagine that he therefore was much more successive than Samarkandi. I think the whole problem in Samarkandi is not that he uses theology or tries to give the whole Usul tradition a theological basis, rather that he completely tried to restructure and try to to overcome what Al-Tabusi, Al-Sarasi, and Al-Pesdawi did. So that's a strategic, that's a problem of strategy, I think, rather than the theological arguments.
According what you represented, you said there is many lines in Samarkandi's works in this usul structure. So why we could conduct with Samarkandi's works like one line or one mainstream in one way? This is one of the other one. If there is any similarities with Bukharian works in this aspect.
I'm not sure if I got your question right. Can you please repeat your question?
There is two parts of in this question. You said there is a different lines in Samarkand in this approach, such as Al-Din Samarkandi and the others mentioned and not mentioned. So why we refer to Samarkand line as one main stream, not various groups? This is one.
Okay.
The second one is there any similarities with the mainstream you think in Samarkand with Bukhara? So could refer that stream to Mawara or not?
I see. Thank you very much. The problem was that, at least in the sources I mentioned here, the scholars themselves refer to directly Mizan or quote, and because of that, you have the impression that there's only one line. But I can imagine that if we have a cross-reading between different texts in Central Asia and Cairene scholars to compare them, then probably we could discover, but I don't know, discover different lines of Central Asian traditions in plural. So the problem was basically that if you read Abdulaziz Bukhari and his students, of course, his student Al-Kaki refers to Abdulaziz Bukhari, and Abdulaziz Bukhari refers directly to Samarkandi, so we have only one line. What we can do is basically Abdulaziz al-Bukhari goes beyond these texts that we can find in Samarkandi, where he refers to al-Maturidi, for example. I found nearly 25 passages in Abdulaziz al-Bukhari's Kashf al-Asrar, where he directly refers to Maturidi that you cannot find in Samarkandi's Mizan. And I found similarities with regard to Ta'wilat al-Sunnah, interestingly. So probably one should, or I should, read Abdulaziz Bukhari's passages there and compare it to other Central Asian sources and also to Cairene sources to say, okay, there is also a second line or further line of a Central Asian tradition, then presumably starting with Abdulaziz Bukhari or before. And the main problem here is I worked with direct references. We should also read in between the lines. So probably there is more than one line, what I have discovered so far. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, last question.
So I've published on this. And I would challenge you to reconsider whether Samarkand is really the first one to construct a regional tradition. Because you do find references to this amongst the generation of the Pashtun and Abu Additionally, Samarkand's project is shared by his Nasafi and Ramshi. Although in their usul texts, they have different goals. Like we were just talking about Najmuddin Nasafi, who's very much about teaching the students, giving them, an intro to the subject. So his Kitab Tahsil Usul Fiqh is brief, but it is almost word for word what you would find in the previous generation. And it's also word for word what Samarkandi proposes and then elaborates on. It's also word for word what Ramshi writes and then elaborates just a little bit, not as much as Samarkandi. But so Ramshi's kind of in the middle. And so they're obviously pulling from one word text, right? And knowing that Anamashi and Nasafi both hold for their theological works from Abu Nasafi, and basically summarize his theological text, it would be pretty safe to assume there must be some kind of relationship. And what I've written, I read theology alongside the usul fiqh, and that was extremely helpful for elucidating things beyond just in some countries what I call the theological term, where Samarkandi, Nasafi, and Ramshi are very obvious about it. Like, this is a theological issue. The answer to the law, right? And so, but then if you look at their theological text, you can see, okay, this is where they're coming from. Because they were very consistent across all of that. You have to read between the lines a bit more as to really, and you have Marine and even earlier with the Busi. But it is there, that relationship between the two disciplines and between their texts. So I would challenge you to think a little bit earlier about this regional identification. And that there might be multiple strands within it, for sure. Especially when it comes to Debussy, like so obviously definitely did. It's like but yeah, that's more of a common question.
I try to just briefly, you're right. I mean, I've looked only I've tried only to focus on a very specific legal hermeneutical issue, just regarding Istinbat al-Ahkam. So there, I wanted to share the idea or my thought that although there is a convergence, or although there is an idea of a theological base of the whole discussion, there are sometimes decision of the Hanafi scholars, which is much more important for them to be in line with earlier authorities with regard to legal hermeneutics, that it does not have to have always a theological theological justification, rather than saying that, okay, we have to distinguish ourselves in order to maintain our tradition in that regard. Going beyond that, they can also, I can imagine that, for example, the Sarasi distances himself definitely from the Mu'tazili tradition, and he does not refer anywhere in this discussion to Mu'tazili thought or Mu'tazili authorities. So you are definitely right that one has to read going beyond usul fiqh. I wanted to focus on usul fiqh and a particular question. And as you have said, I mean, earlier I've read also the Aaron Zeissof's article on Muhatta and Musawwila, where he also tries to also go beyond the usul text and tries to combine. So if probably I put it in wrong words, I did not want to say that this only Samarkand's project, but his explicitly in his usul work has this project in mind, to give them to give a theological background to these discussions. But you're right. I mean, if we go beyond usul fiqh, one has to combine also kalam text with the usul text and read them together in order to understand that there are different lines.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Dale. Thank you, Esther. It's wonderful. Thanks so much. Thank you, Dale, for moving on a little bit. More challenges. That's great. Our last presenter for this session is Shaban Bichuk. The title of this presentation is Abu Zayd al-Busi, and his contributions to Hanafi criminal law. Thank you. I promise to give you a copy of the rest today.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I would like to thank our host, Imam Buhari Center, and our organizers, Ustaz Sani, Ustaz Murtada, Ustaz Narwood, and Ustaz Shawati. It's an honor for me to be here and present my paper. The title of my paper is The Founder of Hanafi Siyasa Doctrine, Abu Zayd al-Dawusi, and his contribution to Hanafi criminal law. Siyasa has different meanings such as workmanship, character and ethics, and state administration. Bernard Lewis traces the administrative meaning of the concept back to the period of Umar and points out that early sources use expression like husn siyasa, siyasatul jamila, and su'u siyasatihi, which refers to the administration of the caliph and other state officials. In the earlier text of the Hanafi school, the concept of siyasa does not appear directly. The first quote in which the concept appears generally belongs to the 4th century and later. In some of the works of Al-Jassad, expressions like Amr Tafir, Siyasat al-Umma, and Siyasat al-Mu'minin are used in the context of state administration and governance. Similarly, Kuduri, in discussing the validity of woman's testimony in cases where it is accepted, responds to the objection that a woman is not suitable for the position of judge because she is not suitable for the position of imam by attributing his unsuitability to her not possessing the qualities of knowledge of administration, tadbir, country management, siyasatul bilad, and public welfare, masalih al-amma. These quoted passages show that the concept of siyasa in the sense of state administration was used in the Hanafi school from its early periods until the 5th century. Christian Lange, in his book Justice, Punishment, and the Medieval Muslim Imagination, referencing Lewis' works, notes that while siyasa in the early periods of Islam denoted state administration and governance, from the 4th century onwards, it emerged as a form of punishment and became fully widespread during the Seljuk period. Lange, drawing attention to the fact that the concept of siyasa was known in the Hanafi school from early on, highlights that based on the advice and insha type works of some scholars who lived in the 5th and 6th centuries, siyasa was more prominently viewed as a type of coercive and intimidating tool used by the head of the state to ensure public order, emphasizing the ruler's authority to enforce punishment. However, Lange overlooks the emergence and use of concept of siyasa in Hanafi through and books of the Seljuk period. He examined and focuses more on the political authority of the state and its officials and the execution of siyasa punishments on them. Hanafi jurists have primarily used the concept of siyasa in this sense of ex officio acts of the public authority as a method of interpretation, particularly in matters related to criminal law. Some narrations that contradict or do not align with the systematic view of the school and cannot be abrogated or preferred have been attributed by Hanafi scholars to siyasa, the discretion of public authority. For example, according to Hanafis, flogging and exile cannot be applied simultaneously to an unmarried person found guilty of adultery. However, there are narrations from companions indicating that unmarried adulteries were exiled, which conflicts with the predominant view of the school. The Hanafi Fuqaha resolved this contradiction by attributing these narrations to the Imam's discretion as siyasa. Determining when and by whom the concept of siyasa entered the Hanafi books as a type of interpretation is a great significance for understanding its historical context. Some claims and determinations have been put forward by some researchers. For example, Abdülmalik Aykol, in his doctoral dissertation on Tazir, identified Abu Layth al-Samarkandi as the first Hanafi jurist to use the concept of siyasa as a type of punishment or interpretation. According to Aykol, Abu Layth al-Samarkandi used siyasa in his work, Mukhtalif al-Riwaya, while discussing some disputed issues among Hanafi Imams. Abdullah is noted in his book that narrations regarding the killing of someone who committed sodomy and the imposition of exile in addition to flogging for unmade adulteries were attributed to siyasa. Aykut's identification of Ebu Leslie Samarkandi as the first Hanafi jurist to use the concept of siyasa as a form of punishment in Mukhtalif al-Riwaya seems historically incorrect because the word does not actually belong to Ebu Leslie. Murtaza Bedir, in his study on the existing manuscripts of Mukhtalif al-Riwaya, states that Mukhtalif al-Riwaya, which is nowadays printed as belonging to Ebu Leslie, does not belong to him. And the work written by Ebu Leslie is known as Mukhtalif al-Ashab and Mukhtalif Bayn al-Ashab. According to Bedir findings, the printed Mukhtalif al-Riwaya cited by Aykut is actually a work based on Manzuma al-Khilaf al-Nasafi. And Usmandi الخلاف بيانات محمد بن عبد السمرقندي العثماني and Nasafi. Usmandi maintained much of the content of Hasr al-Masail and Nasafi's own commentary on Manzuma, but made significant change to arrangement of topics in his version of Mukhtalif al-Riwaya. Bedir findings clearly indicate that the Mukhtalif al-Riwaya, referenced by Aykut, is a work composed in the 6th century after Hijrah. As I can determine, Debussy is the first assigned such a meaning to term siyasa and used it as a method of interpretation in Hanafi school. Debussy used the concept of siyasa a total of 12 times in Al-Asrar. Debussy used siyasa as a tool of interpretation to defend Abu Hanifa or Hanafi school and explains opposing narrations as siyasa. The term appears in the singular form 11 times and the plural form only once. In total, he explains 5 main issues with siyasa. 4 of these are related to criminal law and 1 is related to family law. The issues addressed by Debussy and the opposing groups in these issues are as follows. The Arabic version of the Messiah belongs to Debussy. The first one is قال علماؤنا لا قصاص إلا بالسيف بحز الرقبة. The second one لا قطع على النباش في قول أبي حنيفة محمد. Third قال أبو حنيفة اللواطة بإتيان المرأة في دبرها لا يوجب الحد ولكن يعزر ويحبس إلى أن يتوب. وقالوا جميعا يجب حد زاني. The fourth إذا عجز الزوج عن النفقة لم يفرق بينهما عندنا. And the fifth وأما الشهود إذا رجعوا وقالوا تعمدنا الكذب أو جاء مشهور بقتله حيا لم يكن عليهم قصاص. The first issue should be the hand of the grave robber be amputated. One of the issues where Debussy used the concept of siyasa as a method of interpretation is the question of whether the hand of a person who digs up graves and steals shrouds should be amputated. Debussy notes that in this matter, Abu Hanifa and Imam Muhammad thought that the Nabash hand should not be amputated, while Abu Yusuf and Imam Shafi believed that it should be. Debussy then lists the evidence provided by those who agree for amputation of the hand, the generality of the verses commanding the amputation of the thief's hands, the narration that the Prophet amputated a grave robber's hand, Aisha's statement that those who steal from our dead are like those who steal from our living, and Ibn Mas'ud queried to Umar about the grave robber statutes, to which Umar responded that his hand should be amputated. After responding to the evidence related to verse and Aisha's statement, Debussy evaluates the two narrations that contradict the systematic view of Hanafi school. According to Debussy, the act of the Prophet, the cutting of the grave robber's hand, was based on siyasa. And according to Hanafi, if the grave robber habitually engaged in grave robbery, the Imam has the authority to amputate his hand as a siyasa punishment or siyasatan. Debussy mentions another possibility for the narration, suggested that the Nabash's hand may have been cut off for other reasons, but the narrator mentioned it in the context of grave robbery. As for the narration from Umar, Debussy attributes it to siyasa. As seen here, Debussy does not comment on the authenticity of the narrations that oppose his favorite view. He accepts narrations as authentic, but chooses to interpret them differently. Since Abu Yusuf, one of the three founding imams of the Hanafi school, is among those holding the opposite view. The Busi opts to reinterpret these evidence as siyasa, showing that they do not conflict with the standard view of the school. The second issue is, does sodomy require head punishment? Another issue where the Busi use siyasa as a method of interpretation is the matter of sodomy. As is known, Abu Hanifa holds the opinion that the person who commits the act of sodomy or liwat does not require a had punishment, but should instead be given a fazir punishment. In contrast, Abu Yusuf and Imam Muhammad argue that those who commit the act of liwat should be subjected to had punishment, just as in the case of zina. In Al-Sa'ar, Abu Si notes that Abu Hanifa uniquely believes that a Luti who commits liwat should receive a fazir punishment and should not be released from prison until he repents. Standing against Abu Hanifa are the other two imams of the Hanafi school and other mujtahids. The Busi accepts Abu Hanifa's opinion as the prevailing view of the school and lists several pieces of evidence from opposing side. The hadith of Prophet stating kill both of the active and passive partners, others ruling that if they are not Muhsan, they should be flogged, and they are Muhsan, they should be stoned to death, and it's agreement among the companions on how both active and passive partners should be killed. Burning, increasing the iniquities place until death, killing by collapsing, evolve on that. The Busi explains that if the companions disagree on an issue, one should adopt of their views and not express an opposite of opinion. By advocating for Tazir, Abu Hanifa has deviated from the view of companions. The Busi, in response to the evidence presented against him, argues that the disagreement among the companions does not count as evidence against Abu Hanifa, but rather supports his view. If the act of liwat were equivalent to zina in all respects, the companions would not have disagreed about its punishment. The Busi highlights that the punishment for zina, when the offense are muhsan, is stoned to death, a punishment explicitly prescribed by Sharia. The companions' differing opinions on how to execute the participants in sodomy indicates that they did not consider sodomy to be the same as zina. The Busi's main point is that if the companion did not treat sodomy as zina, why then did they prescribe the death penalty for those who committed it? He argues that companions prescribe the death penalty not because they viewed sodomy as zina, but based on siyasa and maslaha. Siyaseten ve maslahaten. Therefore, Abu Hanifa, by prescribing a fazil punishment for liwat, delegates siyasa punishment to the imam. The imam has the power for impose the death penalty as a form of siyasa if the offenders habitually commit the act. The third issue. Retaliation can only be carried out with the sword. One of the issues associated with siyasa and asrar is the issue of retaliation only with the sword. Abu Hanifa holds the view that the murderer will be killed with the sword no matter how the deceased is killed. Imam Shafi, on the other hand, believes that the Prophet said, whoever kills by burning, we kill him by burning. Whoever kills by strangling, we kill him by strangling. And he thinks that the murderer should be killed with his double. Furthermore, the Prophet ordered that a Jew who killed a little girl by crushing her head with a stone should be killed in the same manner. After discussing the matter from other perspective, Debussy refers to the narrations from the other side. According to Debussy, the hadith, whoever kills by burning, we kill him by burning. Whoever kills by strangling, we kill him by strangling is either gharib or has been abrogated. Debussy mentions a third possibility regarding this narration. If the narration is neither gharib nor abrogated, then the Prophet decreed siyasa punishment for those who habitually kill in this manner, not the qisas ruling. As for the narration about the Jew, when the girl whose head was crushed indicated with her head while dying that the killer was a Jew, the Prophet ordered the Jew to be killed. According to Debussy, it is not possible for qisas to be obligatory based on indication ishara. Therefore, it is understood that the Jew was notorious for killing in this manner, and there was no hope for his repentance. Based on this, the Prophet ordered Jews' execution as siyasa, not as qisas, because it was published that the Jew was causing corruption on earth. In sum, the Wazir follows specific steps to defend his mezheb's view against the other mezhebs, and as the final step, use the concept of siyasa to interpret the narration. The fourth issue, the situation of the husband unable to provide maintenance, nafaka. The last issue explained by Debussy with siyasa, which differs in nature from the previous ones, concerns the situation of a husband being unable to provide maintenance for his wife. In such a case, according to Hanafis, the wife and husband are not divorced, while according to Imam Shafi, the woman can request divorce. After narrating various evidence from Shafis regarding the issue, Debussy cites a narration from Umar and Ali. According to this, Umar and Ali ordered the commanders of the army to send letters to soldiers to either provide maintenance for their wives or to divorce them. As can be seen, the narration is entirely contrary to the view of Hanafis. So, how did Debussy respond to this narration? According to him, the view of Umar and Ali has been abandoned. Metrukun bil ijma. Therefore, this narration is not suitable for Amal. However, if the husband has the ability to provide maintenance but neglects his wife both personally and financially, and if there is a fear of woman rebellion issues due to this, the Imam has authority to order their divorce through siyasa for public welfare, maslahat. According to Debussy, with such interpretation, the mentioned narration has now turned into evidence in favor of the Hanafis. This topic is somewhat different from the narrations related to killing or penalties that harm bodily integrity. As seen in the aforementioned narration, Umar and Ali, as Imams, ordered something that is forbidden or not permissible according to Hanafis based on public interest. Debussy did not bring any criticism regarding the authenticity of this narration, indicating that he considered the narration authentic but accepted it is a discretion of Imams. And opinions of the Hanafi about origin fuqaha about the narration which I mentioned. Quduri, who is a contemporary with Debussy and the author of most comprehensive work in the Hanafi Sukun Inqilab literature, evaluated also some conflicted narrations. So, is there difference in interpretation between Debussy, who is from Maghra al-Nahr, and his contemporary Quduri, who is from Baghdad? Are their approaches to conflicted narration to the Hanafi school is the same or different? Here, I will focus on one narration, which is related to Jew who killed a girl by crushing her head with stone, and try to demonstrate how Quduri interpreted it. These are the Arabic version of Debussy and Quduri's statements, and I will read in Arabic. The Debussy said, وأما حديث اليهودي فقد روي أن الصبية أدركت وبها رمق فقيل لها قتلك فلان اليهودي فأشارت برأسها أي نعم فأمر النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم بقتل اليهودي بإشارتها لا يوجب القصاص فعلم أن اليهودي كان مشهورا به فأيس عن توبته عن ذلك فأمر بالقتل سياسة لما ظهر من سعيه بالفساد لا بذلك القتل قابلا. And Quduri says that in his خلاف التجريد قالوا روي أن يهوديا رضق رأس جارية من الأنصار بين حجرين فأمر رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم أن يرضخ رأسه بين حجرين قلنا لم يقتله قصاصا إنما قتله لأنه سعى في الأرض بالفساد بدلالة أنه روي أنها سئلت فقيل أفلان قتلك فأشارت برأسها لا فقيل أفلان قتلك فأشارت نعم، وهذا يدل أنه عدد عليها ومن عادته أن يفسد ثم قتل، ولم ينقل مطالبة ورثتها، فهذا يدل على أنه قتل على وجه الحد، والقتل بالحد يجوز أن يقع بالحجر كالرجل. Kuduri expands on the issue and argues that the Jew was not killed as a punishment of qisas, but rather as a punishment of ahad, because he was sa'ib fasad and he made a habit of it. As seen to prominent Hanafi Jews, speaking with the same terminology on the same narration, have adopted quite different approaches and interpretations while expressing the basis of the punishment with the same concept. The most likely reason for is differences in their geographical location. While the Busi found a restaurant in an environment familiar with the concept of siyasa, Kuduri likely wrote at Terjid in an environment where the concept of siyasa was perhaps not widely known yet. Additionally, the differences in the scholarly lineage from which the Busi and Kuduri learned and to which they belonged may also have had an influence in this regard. And finally, I would like to mention an interesting fatwa regarding siyasa that has been overlooked in academic studies on the penal law of the Hanafi school. This fatwa does not appear in any proof works. Abu Shakur as-Salimi, a contemporary of Sarakhsi from the 5th century of Hijri, outlines a triple-thread approach in his works at Tamheed, fi Bayan al-Tawheed, regarding how to deal with innovators who call bid'ah. First, if the bid'ah of the innovator does not necessitate disbelief, they should be disciplined in any way to dissuade them from their innovation. If it does not deter them and they persist in their bid'ah, they should be imprisoned and beaten. If even does not lead them to abandon their bid'ah, then it is permissible to kill such an innovator based on siyasa. Salimi later narrates a fatwa directly related to this from his teacher, Abu Bakr ibn Muhammad bin Hamza al-Khatib. Due to its importance, I will read this fatwa in Arabic version. Can we? Yes. قال المهتدي أبو شكر السالمي
سمعت عن شيخ الإمام الزاهد أبي بكر بن محمد بن حمزة الخطيب.
كنت متفقها عنده وتلقفت منه كتاب السرقة وغيره، فلما بين مسائل قطاع الطريق وأحكامهم، وهو معنى قوله تعالى: إنما جزاء الذين يحاربون الله ورسوله ويسعون في الأرض فسادا أن يقتلوا أو يصلبوا أو تقطع أيديهم وأرجلهم من خلاف أن ينفوا من الأرض، ذلك لهم خزي في الدنيا ولهم في الآخرة عذاب عظيم. قال رحمه الله: حد قطاع الطريق أن ينقطع الطريق بخروجهم. وقال: سمعت عن الشيخ الإمام ركن الإسلام شمس الأئمة أبو محمد عبد العزيز بن أحمد الحلواني البخاري رحمه الله ذكر في أماليه بأن قاطع الطريق إذا قطع الطريق وأخذ المال ولم يقتل ولم ينقطع الطريق بخروجه، فإنه يجوز للسلطان أن يقتله سياسة وزجرا. ولهذا المعنى قلنا إن المبتدع إذا كان منه دعوة ودلالة للناس في البدعة ويتوهم أن ينتشر منه البدعة وإن لم يحكم بكفره، فإنه يجوز للسلطان أن يقتله سياسة وزجرا، لأن فساده أعلى وعام حيث يؤثر في الدين. والبدعة إذا كانت كفرا فإنه يباح قتلهم عاما، وإذا كانت فسقا لا يباح قتلهم عاما، ولكن يقتل من كان معلما ورئيسا وإماما لهم زجرا وامتناعا. This is a fatwa by Al-Halwani, the teacher of Sarakhsian Pezdevi. This fatwa, which allows the killing of highway robbers based on siyasa, has been narrated from Halwani. Halwani, one of the leading jurists of his time, was also the master of significant figures in Hanafi Mazhab, such as Sarakhsi, Abu al-Usr al-Pezdevi, and Abu al-Usr al-Pezdevi. Halwani's fatwa contradicts the prevailing opinion in this Mazhab. According to that opinion, If highway robbers seize goods without killing anyone, they are punished by having their hands and feet cut off on opposite sides, but they are not killed. In this regard, it is somewhat similar to the method of interpretation through siyasa. However, it differs from using siyasa as a method of interpretation as transmitted from Debussy and Sarasi. This is because the fatwa mentioned does not cite any narration contrary to the method or the opinions of Abu Hanifa. In the case mentioned in the fatwa, Halwani directly grants the rule the authority to exercise this power. Sarasi, who studied under Halwani for many years, does not mention at all the use of siyasa in this manner or his teacher's fatwa. All the issues Sarasi discussed regarding siyasa highlighted as a method of interpretation. So, two possibilities are arise here. Either Sarasi was not aware of his teacher's fatwa, which seems unlikely, or he did not include it in his book because he did not accept his teacher's view. Since none of Halwani's legal works have reached us today, it is currently impossible to determine exactly how he understood and used the concept of siyasa and how he interpreted the conflicting narrations regarding siyasa. However, at least through his fatwa, it can be seen that Halwani was aware of and used the concept of siyasa and granted authority to rule based on siyasa in some matters. This indicates that during that period, Hanafi jurists in Central Asia attributed two different functions to siyasa. After Debussy, Sarasi incorporated siyasa further in four books, and mentioned in his different books, Al-Mabsut, Sharh al-Jami al-Saghir, and Sharh al-Siyar al-Kabir. But he did not mention Debussy's name at all. After Sarasi, Hanafi scholars, when they talk about the complete narrations which I mentioned, they like to mention Sarasi, not Debussy, like that this is Tebil, هذا تبيل الإمام Sarasi. With Sarasi's works, Debussy's contribution in siyasa become gradually invisible in Hanafi books. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, John. Okay, so we have some time for questions. Okay, Majid.
I have one comment and one question. The question is how we could understand the Bussy's work. According to my research, the chain of the Bussy is going weaker all the time. But when looking to Sarasi or the other fuqaha in that period of time contemporary to the Bussy is going further and more strong all the time. This one question: if is that neglect related to al-asrar itself because it's going out of the normal written literature at that time? The comment is we could find in al-asrar other similar terms such as maslaha and masalih al-dunya, masalih al-din, and salah al-alam, and some things like that. It could be related to the Mashai classification of in the philosophy, which is going under the field or not. I'm just asking. Thank you.
The second question, I don't know exactly Mashai statements, but the first one, maybe both are them possible. And also, I think that Sarasi's Al-Mabsut is on Kafi. And Debussy wrote a book independently, not on another book from the method, for example. Kafi is between the first Mukhtasar. I think based on the importance of Kafi's Mukhtasar, I think Sarakhsi passed Debussy and Debussy, I think, left behind. Maybe, I don't know. This needs more research.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. This is just, I guess, a technical question about the Mu'tamad and the Ibada. So I read this statement as saying he said this in his dictations to MIE. Is that something that is strong enough to be muqtabihi? Because it could just be, oh, this is my interpretation of something. But did that make it an actual qawl in the madhab that an ordinary muqallid could just follow?
I have seen in many proofs after Sarakhsi and Halwani, they just mentioned the bid'ah part. I think they don't have any interest in the first part of the fatwa. It seems to me it's very interesting.
I guess that's my question. Is something that's said in a dictation session, is that actually a fatwa?
Can I ask why wouldn't it?
Well, is it like it's a fact or something? Okay, for example, I will just say that I came across a work recently in which the author to explain that the muqallid, if you work with the madhab, you will come across things like et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That is not evidence of the mashhur or tabihi or anything like that, because scholars will have discussions and talk about things.
The Amali in that period of time is not like Muhammad bin Hassan and the previous generations Amali. It's like the collection, the personal collection. And Fatawa, like you said, it's not Amali against the Bible riwayah. I think.
Which means what?
Which means it's the personal collection, such as the Fatawa Muhammad bin Hassan.
Just on that point, I didn't think the idea of the mustabihi within the madhab is a relatively like subjective idea because it came more so into fruition at the end of Ibn Abidin, like relatively later. So how that would even be constructed could be up for discussion.
Can I ask on this topic, Sheldon? Would you then agree with Murtaza Hoja's argument earlier that the more this gets mentioned, basically it becomes part of the known opinions and priorities that the Hanafis are using. And like you were saying, they only focus on part of this, right? They selected part of the fatwa that they want to focus on, right? And that they want to pass on.
I know, but this fatwa is not famous at all in Hanafi. Who studied in Kalami books? Why? I don't know. Just in books, I just seen the bid'ah part, but as also it became a general principle. The bid'ah part became a general principle, but they did not touch on the first part. I don't know.
Did it become a general principle by following Quranic literature that was talked about?
Maybe I saw it in Kustani's Jami Rumuz, and then I think in Ibn Abidin. But I didn't see it in Waqar books. I didn't search it.
Let me just follow up with a comment, sorry. Because just, I guess, the interest in this thread. I can't remember which author of a commentary on the Hidayah, maybe it was Ibn al-Qam, I can't remember, but one of the Mamluk period authors, in discussing Ridda, his commentary on Ridda, he lists God, like a laundry list, like 50 different things that constitute this Ridda, according to the Mutaakhirin. And then he says something, وَأَلْزَمْتُ نَفْسِي أَنْ لَا أُفْتِي بِهَذَا أَبَدًا, or something like that. Right? So, It's kind of, what I call this like apostasy inflation. There's kind of inflation, as time goes by, about what constitutes apostasy, et cetera. And so I'm curious whether there is, again, earlier, previous lecture was talking about the theologization of the Bas, and whether that is peculiar to Central Asian Hanafism, because the author that I was talking about said, well, except to mention that he's an Arab Hanafi. I don't want to like, but that there might be different approaches to this question within the Hanafi method.
I think yes. When I searched in, for example, in Quduri stated other narrations and also Al-Akhfa commentary on Mukhtasar al-Quduri by one of the subs of Quduri, he tends to interpret these narrations which I mentioned on ta'zir. For example, he said, هذه رواية محمولة على التعزير. While Debussy says that هذه رواية محمولة على السياسة. They have different approach, but when we talk about this narration, the Mawara Nehir approach has become more powerful, and the Baghdadi origin cause approach is forgotten, actually.
Okay. So I have a question regarding two of the statements that Debussy had made. So he says, right, وأكثر ما في الباب أن يكون بين الصحابة اختلاف فلا يصير حجة الله. So talking about how what he sees as khilaf, it cannot become a hujjah. But then, and then the statement after that, this one struck me. ولا يجوز خلاف الجملة وأبو حنيفة خلاف الجملة.
This is the approach of the opposite sides.
Yeah. So according to Debussy, did he have some different opinion about like, okay, if there's khilaf, then we're not going to allow this khilaf to be a source of hujjah? Because
he said that when there's a khilaf among Sahaba, how can I say, it becomes disputable. مختلف فيها. يعني you cannot determine exactly their approach. You are free to choose one of them.
Yeah.
You cannot say against me that this is the exact punishment of the crime.
But who is the Jumla according to Debussy? Who is the Jumhur for him?
Abu Hanifa versus the others. Abu Hanifa is the center of these narrations, and the opposing side sometimes can change. But Abu Hanifa is center, and the others, according to Debussy, can change.
Isn't it referring to Sahaba as a
So you're referring back to the Sahaba.
because he's refusing all the years Sahaba.
Yeah, but that's what I'm like.
He's saying all of them.
Correct. Yeah.
But he did.
That's what I'm saying.
But
Yeah.
there's no certain, so there can't be.
Sorry. I think what Debussy is saying here, aloha, is that the difference of opinions of the companions were differences not on the dalil, but on siyasa. So therefore, it's okay for Abu Hanifa to disagree with all of them, because they weren't arguing about the meaning of the verse. Because he said, going back, you can't, this is not a place of muhajja with ayat zina. Right? They weren't disagreeing about the meaning of ayat zina. They were disagreeing about the siyasa. And so therefore, it doesn't matter because it was a political disagreement, not a disagreement about the meaning of Revelation. That's how I understood the passage.
Any final question, comment? Okay, thanks so much, Shaban. Right now, we're going to take a quick break. Give this check 15 minutes, can play anything, whatever you want to do. We're going to get back to our final session with Aisha Guz and Okan and Kenzie. Thank you so much. Okay.
Studying. Yes.
what I'm going to present. You'll see my presentation in two parts, which might not, which might seem somewhat disconnected, but that's probably indicative of where I am at the moment with my project, or indicative of the different strands that I'm pursuing in my work at the moment. So I'm relatively new to the field of Hanafi studies in particular. Having embarked upon it recently with a new research project on post-classical Hanafi fiqh in Central, Western, and South Asia. And I came to the field out of preoccupation with jurisprudential debate in the early modern Ottoman Empire, which is what my dissertation on Birgili Mehmed Efendi, the 16th century Ottoman hadith scholar and jurist, was about. The rebel rouser we talked about in the morning. Through Birgili and the debates he was involved in, I realized that there was a world of texts I didn't know much about, a sort of terra incognita, at least that's how it seemed to me, that was of utmost importance to the development of the early modern period, a tradition that the Ottoman Hanafis drew on, and as I would learn, Mughal and Tatar and other Central Asian fuqaha too, texts that seemed to me, at least, to have been very little studied. The works I'm referring to are, in fact, the types of works that Mustafa Bediye spoke about, Murtaza Bediye, sorry, this morning. The genre of waqiyat and fatawa, works like Tahir ibn Ahmed al-Bukhari's Khulasat al-Fatawa, Qadi Khan's Fatawa, the Fatawa Tatar Khaniya of Alim ibn Ala al-Din al-Fati, and Ibn Bazzaz al-Kaldari's al-Fatawa al-Bazzaziyya, and so on. Sources dating to the 6th to 9th century of the Hijra, that's the 12th to the 15th century. Contemporaneous to better known texts, at least from where I was coming from, of Hanafi furu, such as Marminan Tidaya, and of course the main mutun of the 7th and 8th century, such as al-Mawsili's Mukhtar al-Fatwa, Ibn Sa'ati's Majma al-Bahrain, Abu al-Barakat al-Nasafi's Kanz, and of course, Sadr Sharia's Wiqaya, and the voluminous commentarial literature spawned by them. The idea was to study the legal hermeneutics implicit in these texts. The question of casuistry, for instance, so the question of the logic of the law as it plays out in these works of substantive doctrine. And in addition, my aim was to map the terrain, so to speak, of the scholarly landscape of jurists and texts, a recovery maybe of this landscape of texts that seem to have fallen into oblivion in the context of modernity. So what I thought of doing today was to look at one particular topic that I'm interested in, that of oath, as it is dealt with in a number of works of post-classical Hanafi. And again, by post-classical, I mean roughly from the 7th century of the Hijra onwards. So this sort of drawing of temporal boundaries is always somewhat fraught. But maybe with this second great wave of the epitomization of Hanafi doctrine in the 7th and 8th century, it might make sense. And you'll see now in the part on oath, I won't be, at least initially, drawing on any of those texts that I just told you I'm interested in. So I apologize for that. Now, oaths are an important category in fiqh, but one that has hardly been studied systematically. Works of the Furu usually contain books on oaths Ayman, or books on oaths and vows, Ayman wa Nudur. Certain types of oaths play an important role in legal or judicial practice. The assertory oath, that is, sometimes also called the judicial or courtroom oath. But the jurisprudential literature presents us with much more than these. In fact, for the most part, the content of the books on oaths in the legal manuals concerns promissory oaths, that is, oaths on the future. The distinction between oaths and vows being not always clear. We might look at the opening of the chapter on oaths, Kitab al-Ayman, in Abu al-Barakat al-Nasafi's Kanz al-Daqa'iq, which I chose that because it just presents things so succinctly, which was composed at the turn of the 7th to the 8th century of the Hijra, and which is usually considered one of the 3, 4, or 6 mutun of the Hanafi madhab by the later tradition. An-Nasafi begins by offering the following definition of oath generally. An oath is the strengthening, taqwiya, he says, of one of the two sides, ahad tarafai, of a communication, khabar, by the thing sworn by, bil-muqsam bihi. So an oath as an utterance that gives force to a statement, something that emphasizes its truth value, be that a promise, an assertion, or a denial. And Nasafi continues with defining the 3 main types of oaths known in Islamic jurisprudence. And I quote, an oath on a past event sworn by a person falsely, intentionally, is called ghamus. It is disastrous. Penetrating, right? like a spear. You know? But when one swears an oath on a past event out of a false assumption, done, it is called lahu. In the first case, the person sins. In the second, he doesn't. An oath on a future event is called munaqida. It is only in the case of this last kind of oath that the possibility of expiation, kafara, exists. Whether liability was incurred due to compulsion or out of forgetfulness or because the oath was simply not kept. If we compare this to the beginning of the book on oaths in al-Mawsuli's Mukhtar al-Fatwa, antedating An-Nasafi's Kanz by about 3 decades, we find the following. Oaths by God are of 3 types. A Ghamus oath is an oath sworn on a past matter or on the present, in which one intends a falsehood. There is no possibility for expiation in it. The person who swears such an oath can only ask for forgiveness from God and repent. A lahu oath is an oath sworn on a matter one thinks to be the way one asserts, but which is actually different from it. We hope that the person who swears such an oath will not be taken to account for it by God. A munaqida oath is an oath sworn on a matter in the future, that one will carry out a particular act or refrain from it. And there are different kinds of it. Oaths which are required to be kept, literally where devoutness is obligatory, like when one swears to perform an individual or communal duty or prevent sins. Another kind of a munaqida oath is one in which one is required to incur oath liability. So in which one is required to break the oath. Like when one swears to commit sinful acts or to refrain from one's duties. Another kind of munaqida oath is one in which it is better to incur oath liability, that is to say, to break one's oath, than to keep it. Al-hin fihi khair min al-bir. Such as when one has sworn to refrain from keeping the company of a Muslim and the like. Another kind of munaqida oath is one in which the two, that is keeping the oath or breaking it, are the same. In that case, keeping it is preferable. And if one incurs oath liability, expiation is incumbent. The person must do so by freeing the slave or by feeding 10 poor or clothing them, as in the case of the expiation for zihar. If one is unable to do any of the above, one can perform expiation by fasting 3 consecutive days. The person who takes an oath on purpose, the person who is coerced, and the one who forgets are the same. You see how the text of the Kans is much more elliptical than that of Al-Mawsil al-Mukhtar, which goes into greater detail in explaining, although it is also an epitome of sorts. In fact, Al-Mawsili refers to it as Mukhtasar. The structure of the book on oaths in both the Kans and the Mukhtar is largely similar. In fact, most of the texts I have examined so far, be they abridgments, such as these texts, or expanded texts of varying size and detail, like texts that I had initially proposed to examine for today, and which I will still talk about a little, which was the Al-Fatawa Khaniya, but the book on oaths there is very long, so I didn't want to use that. They all share a stock of material that is presented and inclined in different fashion, giving variations on basic shared themes and cases. What they all contain is usually an account of the basic elements of the oath, its alfaz, its arkan, the conditions that need to be met for an oath to be contracted in binding fashion, the shurut of its iqar, as well as its legal consequences, its ahkam. And all of these are either stated explicitly or implicitly. In fact, they often have to be inferred from long lists of cases. Going back to An-Nasafi, because he so neatly summarizes things, we find the following. Oaths are sworn by saying, by God, Billah, by the merciful, Bir-Rahman, by the compassionate, Bir-Rahim, by his might, wa izzati, by his majesty, wa jalali, by his grandeur, by wa kibriyaihi, so by saying these things. And by saying, I swear, uqsim, I swear, ahlif, I didn't know how to make a difference between that in English. I bear witness, ashhadu, even if the person doesn't say by God. And by saying by the everlasting existence of God, by the I am of God, by the commitment to God, or by the covenant with God, again by the covenant with God, and so on. And by saying a vow is upon me, and by the vow of God, so these are the different kinds of utterances that constitute an oath, the alfaz al-yamin. There are many more, but we do get a snapshot that tells us a number of things, but not explicitly. We are also told which utterances do not constitute an oath. Not, and the text, of the count is very abbreviated, so one has to supplement it in the translation. So oaths cannot be sworn by saying, by his knowledge, that's not an oath if you use that, or by his anger, or by his wrath, by his mercy, also not by the Prophet, by the Quran, by the Kaaba, by the right of God. And this is continued, the list, oath can also not sworn by saying, if I do this, the anger of God will be upon me. Yeah? In fa'altuhu fa'alayhi ghadab Allah. And then he again continues, or his wrath, and so on. Or by saying, if I do this, I'm an adulterer. Or if I do this, I'm a great sinner. Yeah? Or if I do this, I'm a drinker of wine. Or I am a usurer. The grammatical particles introducing an oath, hurufu, are the following. This is still from Ḥanafi. The ba, the wa, the ta, but they may be suppressed or concealed. It might not show. You can say, God, I will verily do that, without the wa, ba, or ta. And Ḥanafi then explains the expiation for an oath for which liability has been incurred. That is an oath that has been broken and not kept. Which Al-Mawsili had already done in his introduction, and gives various cases in which it is incumbent for the person who has sworn an oath to in fact break it. So I continue with Ḥanafi. Whoever swears to commit a sin must break his oath and perform expiation. Then begins a long list of examples of oaths covering various settings and areas of life. Oaths to enter, not to enter, or to stay in a given place. For example, a person who swears that he will not enter a house does not incur oath liability if he enters the house once it has been destroyed. And a person who swears that he will not enter this house if another house has been built after its destruction, if it has been transformed into a garden or a mosque or a bath or a house, another word for it, or a river, does not incur oath liability. And the person, and then it goes on, and the person standing on the roof is considered to be in it, and the person standing on the threshold of the door, not. And it goes on, oaths about things that you will eat or that you will not eat. If he swears that he will not eat from this date palm, he incurs oath liability if he ate of its fruit. If someone says, I will not eat from this wheat or this flour, but then eats bread made from it, he incurs oath liability, but not so if he consumes powder made from it. We here often get definitions such as by bread, what is meant is that which is customarily considered such in a given locale. Or, quote, what is meant by fruit, fakiha, is apples and watermelons and apricots, not grapes, pomegranates, dates, and cucumbers, unquote. Grilled refers to meat, but not to aubergines, and so on. You have oaths to not wear certain clothes, this shawl or this person's clothes, oaths not to speak to particular persons, oaths involving time, so vowing not to speak to a particular person forever or for days, and so on. Oaths on divorce and manumission, oaths on buying and selling, oaths on paying or seizing debts, oaths to undertake a pilgrimage or fast, and finally, oaths on killing or causing bodily harm. I swear by God, I will kill him. Or rather the other way, or rather the way that these oaths are usually put, if I don't kill him, then this or that will happen. So you often get conditional structures in these long lists. And then those get elaborated on, such as if the person is actually already dead, and if the person who swore the oath knew about it, he has incurred oath liability, and if not, not. So the main preoccupation of books on oaths is really the question of what brings about oath liability in promissory oaths. They are dealing almost exclusively with munaqida oaths, oaths on the future, what we would call vows. There is almost no discussion of assertorial. Now, that was the first part of my paper. And now the questions that I've been interested in, as I told at the beginning, are this genre of texts from the post-classical period. So of course, the first question is, are these post-classical texts special in any way? There's nothing in particular that would distinguish the treatment of both in them from more classical treatments of the subject. In fact, in terms of content, the main lines of exposition can already be found in Shaiban's Akhl. We find in it the main clusters of examples and concerns, the main presentation of the basic elements of the oath, its conditions and legal consequences. Maybe the structure gets more systematized. So when it comes to the substance of the traditions, literary articulation becomes more refined. But the main stock of material can already be found in the earliest works. There is much that we can learn about casuistic reasoning, the working of fine distinctions, underlying which abstract rules and definitions may be determined regarding categories such as time, place, and so on. In the abridgments I've looked at, such as Nafis and Masud Mukhtar, we are left with the bare bones. But the more extended works allow for a greater degree of historicization, at least in terms of citation and reference. If we look at the books on oaths in the more extensive works of the post-classical period, such as Fatawa al-Khaniya, which I wanted to initially speak about, we get a web of references and citations. References and citations that are significant for our understanding of the development of Hanafi fiqh, giving us access to this world of text that would be supplanted over time by the rise and popularity of some works, such as those that I've quoted from just now, Nasafi or Al-Mawsuli, to the exclusion of others. So in the book on oaths of Al-Fatawa al-Khaniya by Al-Fati, a range of texts is being cited. And so this is now what I meant when I said that my presentation is really into parts that seem that are not that much connected to each other. What is Al-Fatawa al-Khaniya? It's a massive 8th century or 14th century collection of jurisprudential material, composed by a scholar of whom we know very little, Farid ad-Din Alim ibn Ala al-Andarfati, who died in 786, that's 1384 of the Common Era. He himself called it a Jami' al-Fatawa al-Waqi'at. The Fatawa al-Khaniya was composed during the reign of the third of the Delhi Sultans, Firuz Shah Tughlaq, around the year 777. And presented, and it was initially entitled, or that's what people think, Zad al-Musafir. And it only came to be entitled the Fatawa al-Khaniya because it was presented to Tatar Khan, the son of Khurasanian Sultan, who was defeated by the first, by Riyas ad-Din Tughlaq, and adopted and brought up by Tughlaq. So Tatar Khan was adopted and taken in, and he was raised in the court, basically. And he became famous for his patronage of the sciences and the arts, as well as for his statesmanship. And it is to him that Andarfati would dedicate the Zad. Alim, so Andarfati, Alim ibn Ala, explains in his introduction that thanks are due to God for his assistance in this endeavor to compose a book gathering the Fatawa and the Waqi'at, containing all the riwayat, yeah, as a kitab, jami' al-fatawa wal-waqi'at, حاوي الروايات, and one that would be sufficient for people so that they wouldn't have to go back to either the mutawalat or the mukhtasarat. But one can't reach one's aim in fiqh by consulting one book or two, he says. One doesn't find one's matlub in just one atlub or two. So there is no harm in attempting to gather together books. So I gathered together, he says, from the following. And then he gives a long list of about 30 works, including Al-Muhib al-Burhani by Ibn Mazar, Al-Dakhira, also by Ibn Mazar, the Fatawa of Qari Khan, the Fatawa al-Zahiriya, the Khulasa al-Fatawa of Tahir ibn Ahmed al-Bukhari, the Jami' al-Fatawa by Nasir al-Din al-Samarkandi, the Tajreed of al-Quduri, the Tafrid fil Furu' of Ibn Shuja al-Thalji, the Nawazil of Abu Layth al-Samarkandi, the Hidayah of Marginani, and its two commentaries, he says, although it's not clear which two commentaries he means, the Wiqaya, the Hawi, and again, it's not clear exactly what Hawi he means, the Fatawa al-Asabiyya, الفتاوى الغياثية، الفتاوى السيرفية، الفتاوى السراجية، الفتاوى النسفية، فتاوى الحجة, then a work called Al-Tahdhib, probably a commentary on Muhammad al-Shaybani's Jami' al-Saghir by Abu Sa'd al-Yazdi, Fatawa al-Natifi, and so on and so forth. I have a long list, but maybe I will leave it here because I really don't have a conclusion to my presentation. It's just to basically give you a sense of the sort of work that I've been doing, and I'm looking forward to any and all feedback that you guys can give me.
Thank you very much. Catherine, thank you very much for your talk. I have a couple questions, but let's start with the first one. When you talk about oath liability, are you talking about kafara liability, or are you talking about that the consequence of the oath takes effect? So these are two different questions. And with like, for example, somebody says, "Anti talib in lam adrib zaydan," right? So there you have oath. If he doesn't strike Zayd, then arguably his wife is divorced, but he also might have to do kafara or the oath. So those are two questions. And there's a third question, that some of these oaths can be judicially enforceable or non-judicially enforceable. In lam adrib Zaydan tasaddaqtu bi thuluth mali, for example. Is that a judicially enforceable oath or not? So if you have some clarity on that, that would be great.
I was using that phrase in English to translate him. I mean, every the kind of whenever Yahweh because of Norman Calder's article on I think it's called Hins Tabarro or something like that, because he makes an argument to translate it that way, and I found that quite compelling. But you are right; it's something that I should think about more at the particular points that in time that happen when actually some of the texts pose that very problem, especially if the oath is not very clearly defined. When exactly actually one becomes liable for kafara, because if you keep it open, there that there is some point, and that should be defined in a way. But I mostly mean liability to perform expiation. But I should think about it more.
Thank you for your presentation. So thinking of the scholarship that's been done on divorce oaths, I wonder if you've got a sense from these texts of the social functions of oaths, or do you get the feeling that these discussions, largely exercises in scholarly virtuosity, distinctions between different kinds of vegetables? Is there really a social fabric? Going back to the Kitab al-Ridda that Dr. Fadl alluded to earlier, you get all kinds of fascinating material. It's all in Persian, and it does seem to be based on either real cases or things that one can imagine taking place. So I wonder if that's the case with material on this.
It depends. Actually, I was talking to forgot where we, Kadir, no, Orkan, let's say earlier about that. In Fatawa Tatarkhaniya, you get a lot of Persian. It's all the examples are in Persian, and you get a sense that it's real. I don't know. It's kind of, it feels authentic. It doesn't feel. In the abridgments, I had a sense that it was really like stock material that was kind of there was something very academic about it. But I don't know. It's a big question.
Question first.
Thank you. Yes, regarding Al-Fatawa Tatarkhaniya, and this book is compiled in India.
Yes.
In India, and why there are so many Persian words? Because Persian was official language, and most sources come from Central Asia. Yes. And you mentioned Al-Hawi, and this book belongs to Kharizmian scholar Mukhtar ibn Mahmud al-Zahidi. This is a 13th century scholar. And you will also find the same material in other books of that century, like Jami al-Sulaim of Ottoman scholar Badruddin ibn Qadi Simamna.
Yes.
And also in Al-Muhit al-Burhani, you will also have the same much material, and you will also find the same much Persian phrases.
Yes.
And this is only because sources come from Central Asia, and those Central Asian works contain Persian words.
Okay, results. Muhammad, okay.
Sorry. Just, I don't know the Hanafi doctrine, so just ask, so in Maliki fiqh, there's a really, I think, nice clean distinction between a vow and an oath. That a vow must be for the sake of God, so it must be a good deed. So
it must be a
it must be at least mandu.
Yes.
Yeah, it has to be mandu, but it's wajib, it's already really quick. So it's a vow is limited to actions that are mandu.
Yeah.
Where the vow, an oath could be anything.
Yes, exactly, which is why they go into the question of what happens if you vow to commit a sin. Like, I swear I'll go and eat pork and, I don't know, get drunk tonight or whatever.
So, yeah, if it's a vow, it's a method.
No, it can't be, but an oath, yeah.
Okay. So that they have that same distinction.
Yes, that's my impression that is, but what I meant is that a lot of the oaths seem like vows anyways, but I see what you mean. Yeah.
Because an oath can be something simple.
Yes, exactly.
And you're immediately liable. But a vow, if it's simple, is just considered void and has no effect.
Exactly. Yeah, I haven't looked at vows in detail yet, actually. Yeah.
Okay, thanks so much, Katrina.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, second list, Saisha Gul, Shumshak. Presentation entitled Mapping Divergent Regional Hanafi Perspectives on the Legitimacy of the Imam. It'll be very interesting piece here.
Thank you, Sami, and I'd like to first of all thank the organizers and also Sami for this wonderful program and also for inviting me.
For the teaching officer.
Oh, sorry.
My presentation today focuses on the regional differences of opinion within the Hanafi school regarding the legitimacy of the imama of unjust or sinful rulers, as we can trace two opposite positions within the Hanafi school. One is popular among its Iraqi followers and the other in Transoxiana. I will argue that despite belonging to the same jurisprudential school, their divergence can be explained by their distinct theological backgrounds, as these two regions are respectively where Mu'tazila and Maturidiyya tribe. I should also mention that during my research, I was compelled to go beyond the fiqh texts and also study the creed and Quranic exegesis text as even though the issue of imama has implications in law and political thought, it is fundamentally considered a theological matter, and the main reason for this is because of the concept of the infallible imam in Shiism. So the corresponding Sunni narrative also developed as a theological position. I should also note here that most of the sources that I've studied use fiqh and zulm interchangeably, or fasik and zalim interchangeably, even though they mean different things. But like in this context, they use them interchangeably. And I usually translated these as sin versus oppression or injustice. So when I use these words, it is either fiqh or zulm or both. So I will first start with two names that are closer to the Mu'tazili side. So first of all, I will start with discussing Jassas, who is the most prominent representative of Hanafi thought in Baghdad in his time, who is also closely associated with Mu'tazila, even though it is debated whether he is Mu'tazili or not. But I guess it wouldn't be incorrect to at least say that his theological views largely aligned with the Mu'tazili thought. And the Mu'tazili emphasis on al-amr bil ma'ruf wa nahy anil munkar leads to the conclusion that an unjust ruler cannot be a legitimate imam. Accordingly, Jassas categorically rejects the legitimacy of such imam. He states that if an impious or like an unjust person appoints himself to this position, people are not required to follow him or obey him. Similarly, according to Jassas, this person cannot lead prayers, but if he does, the prayer of those who follow him is considered valid. Here, Jassas also points out to a misconception regarding Abu Hanifa, and according to him, some people believe that Abu Hanifa allowed the imama of an impious or unjust person, and Jassas attributes this misinformation and obvious lie in his own words to a theologian named Zurkhan, whom he accuses of lying and not being a reliable narrator. In reality, according to Jassas, it is indeed permissible to pray behind sinful imams, but this doesn't indicate that Abu Hanifa recognized the imama of an impious person, as Abu Hanifa himself supported a couple of rebellions against tyrannical rulers in his lifetime. What I find significant here is that Jassas only mentions the not so well-known Zurkhan as the source of his false claim, and he doesn't address any established opposing position within the Hanafi school. So I guess it is safe to assume that during Jassas's lifetime, at least in Iraq, the legitimacy of the unjust rulers was not a view that was popularly attributed to Abu Hanifa. However, 2 centuries later, when we look at Ibn al-Malahimi, who is a Hanafi Mu'tazili with Zahiri tendencies, he further illustrates the divergence within the Hanafis, and this indicates that by his time, this distinction had become more apparent. In his book Al-Faik fi Usul al-Din, Ibn al-Malahimi states that the Iraqi fuqaha among our companions, Iraqiyun min ashabna, argue that the appointment of an impious imam is not valid, and such an imam should be min arzid, and he loses his legitimacy due to fiqh. They also reject that Abu Hanifa supported the opposing view. However, in Ibn al-Malahimi's words, our companions from Khorasan and Transoxiana advocate that the appointment of an impious imam is permissible and he doesn't lose his legitimacy due to fiqh. I believe that Ibn al-Malahimi's words are important because as far as I've encountered, he is the first person who addresses the divergence of views within the Hanafi school. And also he recognizes both sides of this argument as his companions, as I later try to show that the Maturidi Hanafis are not quite willing to acknowledge the Mu'tazili Hanafis as their fellow representatives of the Hanafi school. There are several other examples of Mu'tazili Hanafis who support the idea that an unjust ruler loses his legitimacy. But due to the time constraint, I won't delve deeper into the Mu'tazili perspectives. Instead, I will focus on Maturidi Hanafi scholars from Transoxiana, as they position themselves strictly against the Mu'tazili perspective. And my argument revolves around the idea that the Maturidi scholars deliberately attempted to distance themselves from Mu'tazila and also distance the Hanafi school from Mu'tazila. I guess Dale and Faida would agree with me on that. In fact, the emergence of Maturidi can be read as a project in Transoxiana to establish a new image of the Hanafi school, as several researchers have already argued. For example, like Turkish scholar Şükrü Özen identified various areas in which the Maturidis seek to distance themselves from the Mu'tazili thought. My research supports this claim, and I believe that the issue of the legitimacy of the imama of unjust rulers is one of the examples in which the Maturidi effort is the most traceable. Because when you examine the Maturidi works chronologically, it becomes evident that this was a position that took its final form after a deliberate construction process of a new identity, as even Maturidi himself doesn't directly argue for the legitimacy of unjust imams, but after the establishment of the Maturidi school as a new identity, certain views that would support the legitimacy of unjust rulers were attributed to Maturidi and also Abu Hanifa. So even though the Maturidi school is named after al-Maturidi and later became the prevalent theological school of Hanafis, there was no such established identity during Maturidi's time. And his recognition as a school leader begins with Ibn Ma'in al-Nifati and his contemporary al-Tazdali, who lived approximately 2 centuries after al-Maturidi. Maturidi's theological work, Kitab al-Tawhid, doesn't include a section on imama, but there are traces of his opinion on the subject in his tafsir work, Ta'wilat al-Sunnah, where he comments on verses concerning al-amr bil ma'ruf wa nahy anil munkar. Here it is clear that Maturidi sees no problem with this obligation, and he cites several hadiths and sayings of the companions encouraging this practice. And some of these narrations describe oppression, zulm, as an example of evil, and preventing oppressors is cited as an instance of forbidding evil. Maturidi further indicates that the responsibility belongs to scholars, and they should also apply, the responsibility to apply this duty on the rulers belong to the scholars. According to him, scholars should urge the rulers to be righteous, and if they do not comply, then the scholars must distance themselves from the rulers, and failure to do so would make them complicit in their crimes. In contrast to this, I should mention a text that is wrongly attributed to Maturidi, which is called Risale fil Aqaid. Modern scholarship is confident that this text doesn't belong to Maturidi, but the text includes a very striking passage. And according to this, al-amr bil ma'ruf wa nahy anil munkar is no longer an obligation due to the potential for corruption and bloodshed, and specifically in the context of rebelling against unjust rulers. However, the previous passages I've mentioned from Ta'wilat al-Sunnah clearly contradicts this. So I guess this is a later view that was falsely attributed to Maturidi. Some sources, like some secondary sources, also attribute a remarkable view to al-Maturidi, according to which al-Maturidi stated that anyone who calls an Imam Adil, despite some of his actions being zulm, is a disbeliever. This is because the term Adil can only be used for an Imam if all of his actions are just, and if labeling a ruler as just while he commits zulm indicates that oppression and tyranny can be justified, which constitutes kufr. In some other works, this view is cited with a slight variation, and according to these sources, Maturidi stated that calling the ruler of our time, i.e. the ruler of Maturidi's time, leads to disbelief because that specific ruler is certainly unjust. And nevertheless, there is nothing to prevent us from assuming, like, even though Maturidi made this statement in a specific context, there is nothing to prevent us from assuming that he would reach to a similar conclusion about any ruler whose oppression is evident. I think this contradicts the image of Maturidi in Risale fil Aqaid, which claimed the nullification of the obligation of al-amr bil ma'ruf wa nahy anil munkar. And this further proves the idea that the Maturidi identity was a later construction that in some ways does not even represent Maturidi himself. So to trace this process of the creation of a new identity, I will now move on to al-Basharghari. Basharghari is a notable figure in the development of Maturidi thought, even though he's not very well known today. He also studied under al-Rustafagmi, who is a close companion and student of al-Maturidi. So in Sharh Jumal Usuluddin, Basharghari presents a nuanced view on the issue of walaya, the authority of an unjust ruler. And unlike the Mu'tazili position, which holds that a ruler loses his authority due to zulm, Bashar Ghari maintains that the ruler's authority remains intact, except in matters where he commits injustice. What is important here is that he acknowledges that according to Abu Hanifa, an unjust or impious ruler or a judge would lose his legitimacy and would lose his authority and would become min'azi. But he feels the need to interpret this by referring to his mentor Rustufani and claims that Abu Hanifa's opinion should be understood in a way that understood in a way that an unjust ruler or a judge loses his authority in terms of earning divine reward and in those specific unjust actions, but he remains in authority concerning public matters, so the ruler's overall authority is not cancelled. I will kindly ask you to keep Bashar Ghari's and Yusufani's position in mind, as I tried to show you that the Maturidi position would later develop further in the direction of the complete recognition of the wilaya of unjust rulers and the complete rejection of the idea that Abu Hanifa thought otherwise. Well, Ebu Bekir al-Malki's work, Kitab al-Itikad. Apart from this book, very little is known about him. But he wrote this creed and dedicated to the Ghaznavi ruler, Muhammad bin Sabit-Tekin, which was recently published. And at the beginning of this book, Abu Bakr al-Balkhi includes a definition of the Sunnah wal Jama'ah, which he attributes to Ibn Abbas. And according to this definition, praying behind two emirs is among the distinguishing features of Ahlul Sunnah. However, the editor of the published text notes that he couldn't find this narration attributed to Ibn Abbas in other sources. He also points out that the term Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah had not yet become a specialized term during the time of Ibn Abbas. Nevertheless, it is clear that by the phrase of two emirs, Abu Bakr al-Balkhi refers to both righteous and sinful rulers. And he further confirms this position in two additional creed principles in the text. So the repeated references to this issue in this relatively short text highlight the special emphasis on affirming the legitimate leadership of unjust rulers. Nasafi, I will briefly mention him. But he is recognized as one of the last figures to formalize Maturidiyya into a systematic theological school, along with his contemporary Al-Fazdawi. In his Tafsiratul Adillah, which is considered the second most important Maturidi work after Maturidi's Kitab al-Tawhid, Nasafi dedicates a section to the conditions of Imamah, and he includes justice among among these qualities. But he immediately feels the need to clarify that even though it is preferable for an imam to have these qualities, these are not prerequisites for the validity of imamah, as most of the caliphs after the Al-Khulafa al-Rashidun didn't actually possess these qualities, yet people believed in the legitimacy of their rule. So I will on to Pazdari, and he's the last name that I will mention here. Pazdari is considered the leader and Imam of the Hanafis of Mawara and Nahir in his time, and he served as the Qadi al-Qudat of Samarkand. He is considered one of the final representatives of the formative period of the Maturidi school, and his work, Usul al-Din, which is a treatise on creed, holds an important place within the Maturidi Hanafi tradition. And in this text, Pahlavi claims that all of us, Ashab Abu Hanifa, had the belief that an unjust or sinful imam wouldn't lose his legitimacy and become minority, which is also the view of Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. And the evidence for this position, according to him, is the consensus of the Ummah, because the Ummah accepted sinners as leaders throughout history, starting from the Sahaba. Additionally, claiming that Imam would be min'adil due to sin would lead to corruption and bloodshed, and people would still need to follow someone else, so this would lead to further problems. Here, by arguing that all of the Ashab Abu Hanifa has the view that a sinful Imam should not be deposed, Pahlavi completely excludes the possibility that Abu Hanifa might have considered otherwise, and he also doesn't mention the existence of differing opinions within the Hanafi school at all. So this omission suggests that he intentionally disregards the claims of Mu'tazili Hanafis and their assertions about Abu Hanifa. Also, his emphasis on the term Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah, which he uses specifically for Maturidi Hanafis, can also be seen as an attempt to entirely separate Hanafiya from the Mu'tazila. Another example of Pahlavi's efforts to distinguish between Mu'tazila and Hanafiya can be clearly observed in this passage in his Usul al-Din. And I'd like to finish with this. So I just read the translation. It is said that during the last period of the Samanid in Bukhara, the Qadiriya and Mu'tazila gained dominance, and the vizier inclined toward them. Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah was suffering under their dominance. However, the Samanid emir had a Sunni teacher who one day informed the emir that those who considered themselves Qadiriya believed that he was neither an emir nor a sultan, while scholars from while Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah believed in him as their legitimate leader. To prove this, the next day scholars from both groups were invited to the palace, and the emir hid behind a curtain. The Sunni teacher first called upon the scholars of Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah and asked if a ruler commits adultery, oppresses people, drinks alcohol, and chases after young boys, while believing that these are forbidden, would he be min'azid? To which they replied, no, but he should repent from these sins. After they left, scholars from the Qadiriya and Mu'tazila were called in and asked the same question. They strongly argued that this ruler would be deposed. Upon hearing this, the teacher told the ruler, did you hear what they said? They considered you deposed and removed you from the imam because you commit some of these acts. Subsequently, the emir ordered the capture and subjugation of Qadiriya and Mu'tazila, rooting them out completely from Bukhara, leaving only the Hanafis. He also rewarded each of the scholars of Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah with fine robes. Again, there are various other Maturidi names that express similar views, but I will end with these. And in conclusion, while there was an undeniable vein within the Hanafi jurisprudence advocating for the loss of legitimacy of imama in case of injustice and sin, over time, with the decline of eventual dissolution of the Mu'tazila, the Sunni Maturidi view supporting the validity of imama of unjust or sinful rulers gained dominance among the Hanafis. It doesn't come as a surprise that the emergence of Maturidi identity coincided with the suppression of Iraqi Mu'tazila, as Hanafi scholars in Transoxiana, uncomfortable with their school being associated with Mu'tazila, sought to develop an alternative Sunni identity. In the context of the legitimacy of unjust and sinful imams, even within Maturidiyya, the enabling position did not start as strong as it later evolved. We've seen that Maturidi himself didn't directly address this issue and didn't portray an image that would suggest that he would be completely in favor of this. Earlier Maturidi scholars such as Basharghari acknowledged that Abu Hanifa was said to reject the walaya of unjust rulers, but he tried to interpret this rather than rejecting it completely. However, by the time of Pehlevi, the idea that Abu Hanifa and his companions were in favor of the legitimacy of the imama of the unjust and sinful rulers gained dominance, and they even refrained from acknowledging that there were alternative views within the Hadith school. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Aisha. This was really great. Okay, questions. So this time, from Omar, come on, next.
So thank you for the presentation. So about this view attributed to Maturi, the unjust enemies, I first came across it in the Fatawa Al-Qaniya, which is relatively late. But the impression I got was that it's part of this Central Asian material on Al-Fadl al-Kufur that it exists, it begins to exist no later than the 4th century. Have you kind of tried to trace this back, or how far back can you push this exactly?
I've seen it in Sarkhani as well, and others, like several other sources. But actually, Shukri Uzan traced this, and he tried to come up with which ruler that he might be talking about, and he concludes that the ruler in question is likely to be Nasr bin Ahmed of the Samani dynasty, and he is known for adopting Batini Karmati beliefs, and he was also criticized heavily by other scholars in his time as well. So he was probably talking about the specific ruler.
So you think the attribution is authentic?
Probably, because I have seen several sources mentioning. Do you think it is not authentic?
No, I mean I just don't know because I haven't tried to push it very far back. But I mean it's probably in circulation in the maybe in the 4th century. And my second question was about taxation, not so much in works of kalam, but in furu' and sometimes in tafsir. Jassas, for example, says, I think in Ahkam al-Quran, and Michael Cook talks about this book about in his book on forbidding evil. Jassas says things like, if you see someone collecting illicit taxes on makus, you should kill them immediately. And this seems to be a trope in Hanafi Mu'tazilism. I mean, is this something you've come across very much of? Also in a Central Asian kind of context?
Not in the Central Asian context, but I've seen several Mu'tazili Hanafi names that would support similar views, but not in the Maltese context.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha, for your presentation. I'm glad you brought up this text because I wasn't sure whether that we were talking about was in Hazala or Hazala. So I think there's a subtle distinction between the two, because here the claim of the Mu'tazila is that mere sin in itself invalidates the jurisdiction of the ruler.
Yeah, he would automatically go to the legislative.
It doesn't imply, or it's silent, or this text is silent, as to whether or not they believe that a ruler could be removed for sinfulness. Right, so that the ruler remains the ruler until such time as he is removed for his injustice, as opposed to whether he's removed ipso facto because he's sinful. So that still seems to be unclear. So I don't know if you have any other texts that answer that second question, i.e. whether it's permissible to remove a sinful people.
Yeah, actually, I didn't go into detail about that, but there is a clear distinction between Adil and Inizal. So Mu'tazili think that the ruler automatically loses his legitimacy, so he becomes min Adil. They use Inizal. Actually, of course, they also support the idea that he deserves to be, he deserves Adil, so he can be forcefully removed from that position. Also, I encountered like some Maturidi Hanafis as well who would say that this ruler deserves adl, but if it's not like possible, and in most cases it's not possible because it would lead to fitna, then we just obey him. We don't say that he is inadli, but he deserves adl if like
The
conditions are.
This position is being attributed to the Iraqi Hanafis, for lack of a better term. This is exactly Mawardi's position. Mawardi in Ahkam Sultaniya says that the caliph is one azal in mujarrad fisq. Like you don't actually need to depose him. Just simple fisq in the imam results in azal. So I don't know if it means we condemn.
No,
I
actually,
for that as well too. I don't know, but anyways.
Pahlavi says that the opinion belongs to Mu'tazila and Shafi'i, but in Hanafi it does not support this view. So that's also what Mike claims, that he sees Mu'tazila completely separate from Hanafi. So he doesn't see them as like sometimes they can be combined in like a person. But yeah, he just said that Shafi'is think that and Mu'tazila think that, not Hanafi.
Okay, please. Thank you for this. The question that I had was the one quote regarding the two emirs or obeying the two emirs. Was there an actual like surah to this, or like an actualization of this in which an event occurred and people legitimately recognized two imams and their imama in that situation?
Yeah, no, it doesn't mean that praying behind two imams at the same time.
No, I'd like to acknowledge.
Yeah, so the Maturidi texts usually give examples from the Sahaba. So they say that even the Sahaba prayed behind some like corrupt leaders. So yeah, they claim that. But just as on the other hand said that Sahaba would not accept this, and they actually fought against these tyrannical rulers. So.
Right. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm gonna have to keep it here. Next, the last presentation of the day by Khan. كبير يومس باللغة العربية إن شاء الله عن تقييم جديد حول التكييف الفقهي لمسائل الحيل وصحة نسبتها إلى علم الفقهية. I'm going to give you to 30 minutes so we can leave here 6:15 إن شاء الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بحثي وبياني في تقييم جديد حول التكييف في مسائل الحياة. يعني ما هي طبيعة الحيل الشرعية في الفقه الحنفي؟ وهذا جزء من رسالتي الدكتوراه حول تغير الفتوى في كتب فتاوى ما وراء النهر، وأعطي الإجابة الطويلة كنموذج لهذا التغير باعتبار كونها حيلة شرعية. وحينما يعني أدرس رسالتي الدكتوراه يعني تذكرت لماذا هذه المسائل يعني الحيلة الشرعية الموجودة في كتب فقه الحنفية في كتب الحنفية. فالبحث والكشف عن طبيعة وماهية هذه المسائل يعني لها ارتباط بسبب كونها موضوعة ومدرجة في كتب الحنفية أيضا. وصفة نسبتها إلى أئمة الحنفية لها ارتباط يعني لما بين العلمانيين ارتباط بينهما يعني. تعريف الحيلة الشرعية في اللغة الحيلة الشرعية يعني ليس في الحقيقة لمعناه يعني إيجابية سلبية أي إيجابية أي سلبية، فمعناه الحيث وجهة النظر والقدرة على دقة التصور وكذا. يمكنني قلت أن غلبت بعرف الاستعمال على ما يكون من الطرق الخفية إلى حصول الغرض، بحيث لا يتفطن به إلا بنوع من الذكاء والفطنة. والعين أيضا الحيلة ما يتوصل به إلى المقصود بطريق خفي. يعني في تركيا كلمة حيلة لها معنى سلبية، بمعنى الغش والمكر والخدعة. ولا أعرف الآن يعني في اللغة المستعملة في العربية هل لها معنى سلبي أم لا؟
اللغة العامية مستخدمة، لكن اللغة الشرعية شيء آخر.
نعم. في القرآن الكريم أيضا ليس لها معنى سلبي، لا يستطيعون حيلة ولا يهتدون سبيلا. فأقدم تعريف يعني حسب علمي هو للخصاف، أحد مشايخ الآراء من الحنفية من القرن الثالث الهجري، وأحد مؤلفي الحيل، له كتاب الحيل. تعريف الخصاف للحيل الشرعية هكذا، لكن لا يظهر أظن التعريف. نعم. الحيلة شيء يتخلص به الرجل من المآثم والحرام ويخرج به إلى الحلال. وهذا التعريف مركز على الغاية من الحيل الشرعية، فغايته الخروج من المآثم والحرام والخروج إلى الحلال. لكن لا نستطيع أن نكشف عن ماهية الحيلة الشرعية. ما هو الحيلة الشرعية؟ نعم، الغرض منه هذا، ولكن ما هو بحسب يعني الفقه لماذا هو موجود في كتب الأحناف؟ أولا يعني أبحث عن نسبة كتاب الحيل إلى أبي حنيفة أبي يوسف. كل الحيل نسبة إلى كل واحد من الأئمة الثلاثة، أبي حنيفة أبي يوسف وإلى الشيباني أيضا. فالنسبة إما مختلف فيه أو غير صحيحة إلى كل من الأئمة الثلاثة، ولكن في بحث وبيان هذا ليست مهمة، لأني أبحث عن نسبة المسائل مسائل الحيل الشرعية، ليس كتاب الحيل، ليس عن نسبة كتاب الحيل. لا بأس به. نعم. هناك اختلاف قديم في نسبة كتاب الحيل إلى الشيباني في موضوع النهر أيضا، وحتى قبل يعني ظهور الحنفية في موضوع النهر بين تلاميذ الشيباني أيضا. قد أكد صحة نسبته إلى الشيباني تلميذه أبو حفص الكبير البخاري، وقد نفى صحة نسبته تلميذه الآخر أبو سليمان الجزجاني. ولكن النسبة قبلت صحيحة فيما وراء النهر، فنراهم يعني ينسبون كتاب الحيل إلى الشيباني ويقبلون مسائله كمسائل منسوبة إلى الحنفية. حتى الحاكم الشهيد قد اختصر في الكافي مختصر الأصل كتاب الحيل وأدخلها في مختصره، ثم يعني فمعناه أنه قبل مسائل الحيل الشرعية في درجة ظاهر الرواية. معناه هذا لأنه اختصره في الكافي، الكافي مختصر الأصل. فشرح شراح الكافي هذا المختصر في الكتب المسمى بالمبسوط كتب شمس الإمام السرخسي. لكن يعني علماء مولانا كانوا متفقون على نسبة هذه المسائل إلى الأئمة الحنفية، لكن يعني المشكلة هل كتاب الحيل هناك اختلاف في القديم كما بينت لكم بين تلاميذ محمد بن الحسن، فكيف نحل هذه المشكلة؟ هناك رواية عن الشيباني نفسه في عدم صحة نسبة كتاب الحيل إليه ومن هو مؤلفه الحقيقي بسند يعني أظن أنه قوي، لأنه يعني يتكون من الفقهاء الحنفية المشهورين، الطحاوي وأستاذه ابن أبي عمران قاضي مصر وابن سماع تلميذ الشيباني والشيباني. المتن يعني يقول محمد: هذا الكتاب يعني كتاب الحيل ليس من كتبنا إنما ألقي فيها. هذا النص مروي في فضائل ابي حنيفه واصحابه لابي العوام تلميذ الطحاوي ومطبوع. فبعد هذه الروايه يقول الراوي في السند ابن ابي عمران استاذ الطحاوي: انما واضعه اسماعيل بن حماد بن ابي حنيفه حفيد ابي حنيفه. فالباحث المعاصر حمزه البكري قد لاحظ بالنقل الحديثي لكتاب الحيل إنما هو كتاب الحيل من تأليف رجل متأخر الطبقة على محمد بن حسن قليلا، شاركه في الأخذ عن أبي يوسف كما شاركه في الرواية عن بعض شيوخ محمد يعني، وأخذ عن محمد نفسه أيضا. هذه الخصائص بتمامه يتوافق مع إسماعيل بن حماد، يعني يتوافق هذا التقريب وهذه الملاحظة مع رواية ابن أبي عمران، مع قول ابن أبي عمران، لأن إسماعيل بن حماد هكذا يعني له خصائص متأخر الطبقة عن محمد بن حسن، شاركوا في الأخذ عن أبي يوسف وأخذ عن محمد نفسه إلى آخره. هناك ارتباط قوي بين الطبيعة الفقهية لمسائل الحيل ونسبة هذه المسائل الحنفية. الطبيعة الفقهية للحيل الشرعية تبقى على غموضها على الرغم من تعريف خاص لها، لأنها تركز على غاية ليس على ماهيتها. مسائل الحيل يعني حسب رأيي وبحثي هي نتيجة من اتباع باب القياس في المسألة. إن كان الحيلة الشرعية للزكاة، فهذه المسألة المسماة بالحيل اتبع فيها باب القياس، وهي مسائل قياسية وحل قياسي لمشكلة فقهية مفترضة مقدرة، يعني الفقه التقديري أعني. مسائل الحيل ليست في الأساس مختلفة عن غيرها من المسائل الفقهية التي وردت في نفس كتب باب الأصل الشيباني والتي تخضع لنفس القياس الفقهي. لم يظهر ملاحظة أبي بكر الإسكاف. هناك رأي وملاحظة لأبي بكر الإسكاف أحد مشايخ بخ وأستاذ أبي جعفر الهندواني، والهندواني أيضا أستاذ أبي الليث السمرقندي. حينما رأيت هذه الملاحظة قد انكشف عندي ما هو طبيعة هذه المسائل، فأقرأ مما عندي. ويقول أبو بكر الإسكاف: جميع ما أورد محمد بن الحسن في كتاب الحيل كله موجود في المبسوط إلا مسألة واحدة. يعني هذا شيء غريب، لأن تلاميذ محمد يعني يختلفون في نسبة كتاب الحيل إليه، ولكن أبو بكر الإسكاف يقول مسائل هذا الكتاب يعني كتاب الحيل كلها موجودة في المبسوط في الأصل في شيباني. هذا التقريب أخذ به صدر الشهيد حسام الدين أيضا ونقله في فتاواه يعني وأكد له. فلهذا التقرير والملاحظة معنى أن هذه المسائل الملقبة بالحيل ما ذكرت إلا حلا قياسيا لمشكلة فقهية مفترضة مقدمة، فإن عدم استعمال الشيباني سواء كلمة الحيل ومشتقاتها في الكتب والأبواب ذوات الصلة من كتابه المبسوط له معنى ودلالة من نفس الجهة، لأن هذه المسائل لا تختلف عنده عن المسائل الأخرى التي وردت في نفس كتب باب الأصل الشيباني والتي تخضع لنفس القياس الفقهي، ولذلك أوردها الشيباني جميعها في كتاب المبسوط مع المسائل التي هي غير الحيل بدون أي تفرقة بينهما. يعني الشيباني يضع ما نسميه نحن الحيل الشرعية مع مسائل أخرى غير ما نسميها الحيل الشرعية في نفس الكتاب وفي نفس الأبواب وبدون أي إشارة وبدون أي تفرقة بينها وبين المسائل الأخرى. أريد هنا أن أورد مثالين، واخترت حيلة إسقاط الزكاة وحيلة إسقاط الشفعة، وهما من أشهر الحيل الشرعية في كتب الحنفية. الآن يعني نرى كيف هذه المسائل الحيلة الشرعية مسائل قياسية. من الجدير بالذكر أن الشيباني لم يذكر المسائل المعروفة بالحيلة في إسقاط الزكاة في كتاب الحيل، لكن الأهم منه أنه ذكر ثلاثة من هذه الحيل مباشرة في كتاب الزكاة من الأصل من المبسوط دون استعمال كلمة الحيلة وما شابهها. هذه الحيل الثلاث وتفريعاتها كما تلي. الحيلة الأولى: قلت رأيت الرجل يكون له الإبل، فإذا خاف أن تجب عليها الصدقة باعها قبل وجوب ذلك بيوم بغنم أو ببدل من غنم يعني، أو بقر أو دراهم، يريد بذلك الفرار من الصدقة من الزكاة يعني. قال: ليس عليه صدقة حتى يحول عليها الحول وهي عنده. هذه حيلة شرعية لإسقاط الزكاة، وقد أوردها الشيباني في كتاب الزكاة، ولكن لم يسمه بالحيلة. المسألة الثانية: قلت فإن باع الإبل بإبل قبل أن تجب عليه فيها صدقة يريد بذلك الفرار من الصدقة، قال: ليس عليه صدقة حتى يحول الحول على ما بقي في يديه، وهذا والباب الأول سبب. المسألة الثالثة: قلت فإن باعها ولا ينوي الفرار من الصدقة، يعني في المثالين السابقين كان نيته الفرار، وهذا ليس فيه النية من الفرار من ليس نيته الفرار من الصدقة، قال: ليس عليه صدقة حتى يحول الحول على ما في يده. يعني ليس لنيته أي تأثير في إسقاط الصدقة أو في إيجابها، إنما يوجبها الحول والملك، وهي عنده معناه الملك. فالشيباني قد أورد الحيلة، هذه الحيلة في كتاب الزكاة، وذكر حيلة الثانية أيضا لا أقرأه للاختصار، أيضا في كتاب الزكاة. الحيلة الثانية لكن ذكر فيه مسألتين للحيلة، فأكد بأنه ليس عليه شيء حتى يخل عليه العام وهي عنده، ليس لنيته أي تأثير. وذكر في كتاب الزكاة أيضا حيلة ثالثة وتحته مسألتين، وقال نفس الشيء، يعني ليس عليه شيء حتى يحول الحول عليها وهي عنده. الحول والملك إنما يجب الصدقة هذين الشيئين. وأكد أيضا: وهذا والباب الأول سواء. فالشيباني أيضا ذكر حيلة إسقاط حق الشفعة في الأصل، ليس في كتاب الشفعة، يعني معناه أن ما نسميه حيلة إسقاط حق الشفعة وغيرها من مسائل الشفعة سواء عنده، حتى وضعها في موضع واحد بدون أي تفرقة بينهما. أقرأ المسألة الأولى: وإذا أراد الرجل أن يشتري دارا بخادم فخاف عليها من الشفيع، وقيمة الخادم 1000 درهم، فباع الخادم ب2000 من رب الدار، ثم اشترى الدار ب2000، كان ذلك جائزا أي نافذا، والنتائج يعني موجودة فيه، ولا يأخذها الشفيع إلا ب2000. المثال الثاني لا أقرأه، يعني هذه حيلة لإسقاط الشفعة، فصعب على الشفيع أن يشتري الدار بحق الشفعة، لأن سعره قد ارتفع من 1000 إلى 2000 بهذه الحيلة، ولم يسميه الشيباني بحيلة، وقال كان ذلك جائزا. يعني ما معناه؟ قد سقط حق الشفعة فقهيا. هناك مثال ثاني من الأصل أيضا في كتاب الشفعة: ولو كان لرجل دار فأراد أن يتصدق على رجل بقطعة منها صغيرة بطريقها إلى باب الدار ويقبض ذلك، ويجوز القطعة للمتصدق بها عليه ثم يشتري ما بقي من الدار، لم تكن للشفيع فيها شفعة، فإن ذلك جائز. يعني يهب له قطعة صغيرة من أرضه أو من داره حتى لا يأخذها الجار بحق الشفعة، لأن الجار الجديد صاحب هذه الحصة الصغيرة يعني قد ذهب له. نعم. في الشيباني كما ترون لم يفرق بين هذه المسائل وغيرها، وقبل النتائج الفقهية لهذه المسائل. قد سقط حق الشفعة ولم يجد الزكاة. فعندي يعني لابد أن نفرق بين أحكام الحيل الشرعية، بين أحكامها الديني والدنيوي، بين أحكامها الدنيوية وبين أحكامها الدينية. النتائج الفقهية الدنيوية والقضائية لهذه التصرفات أنها جائزة ونافذة بلا خلاف بين الأئمة الثلاثة. يعني تسقط الزكاة وتسقط حق الشفعة للشفاعي. الحكم في هذين الحيلتين على النمط القياس الفقهي. لأن الزكاة إنما يجب بالحول وبالملك. القياس الفقهي هذا في كتاب الزكاة. وفي كتاب الشفعة حق الشفعة إنما يكون للجار. فإذا ذهبت هذه القطعة الصغيرة الذي عنده ليس لي جار الآن من الآن. نعم. فلو قارنا مسائل الحيل الشرعية مع المسائل الثابتة بالعرف، المسائل الثابتة بالعرف مسائل الاستحسان على خلاف القياس. فمسائل الحيل الشرعية مسائل على وفق القياس، لذلك لم يختلف فيها الأئمة الثلاثة أبو حنيفة وأبو يوسف والشيباني. الشيباني لم يذكر في هذه الحيل الشرعية أي خلاف بين أبي حنيفة وأبي يوسف وبين نفسه يعني. لكن هناك قلت لكم أن هناك فرق بين أحكام الحيل الشرعية أحكامها الدينية بين أحكامها الدنيوية وبين أحكامها الدينية. فهناك اختلاف بين أبي يوسف الشيباني في هذه التصرفات في الحكم الديني لهذه الحيل الشرعية، ليس في حكمها الدنيوي. حكمها الدنيوي أن هذه التصرفات جائزة ونافذة، ولكن في الحكم الديني للحيل الشرعية هناك اختلاف. أبو يوسف يقول الحيل بعد ثبوت الحقوق مكروهة وقبل ثبوت الحقوق غير مكروهة، لذلك الحيل المستعملة لإسقاط حق الشفعة والزكاة قبل أن تثبت هذه الحقوق هي الصحيحة وليست مكروهة عنده. لكن الشيباني يقول الحيل المضرة للآخرين مكروهة وغير المضرة غير مكروهة، لذلك هو يكره حيل إسقاط الزكاة والشفعة لأنها يضر الجار القديم، لأنها يضر الفقراء. يعني هم يقولون هذه الحيل جميعها يعني ما بينها هو أخلاقي وغير أخلاقي، نافذة وجائزة في القضاء في الدنيا، له يعني ينتج لها النتائج الفقهية، ولكن يختلفون في الحكم الأخلاقي في الحكم الأخروي. يعني لها أبو يوسف لها يعني مقياس لما هو أخلاقي، هو أن تثبت الحقوق أو ألا تثبت. فإن ثبت له حقوق فإسقاطها مكروهة وقبل الثبوت غير مكروهة. بتعبير آخر قبل الثبوت الحيل الشرعية أخلاقي وبعد الثبوت غير أخلاقي. الشيباني الحيل المضرة غير أخلاقي وغير المضرة أخلاقي. فمثال الغير المضرة هو الحيل للتخلص عن الربا غير مكروهة اتفاقا بين أئمة الحنفية، لأن الشيباني أيضا لا يراها مضرة بالآخر. فالحيل للتخلص عن اليمين أيضا غير مضرة للآخرين لأنها من حقوق الله تعالى. نعم. فقول الشافعي هذا يؤكد وجهة نظر الحنفية أيضا مع مخالفتها في كثير من المسائل الحنفية. يقول الشافعي يكره هذا يعني الحيلة لإسقاط الزكاة له إن كان فرارا من الصدقة، ولا يوجب الفرار الصدقة، إنما يوجبها الحول والملك، نفس ما قاله الشيباني. يعني هم أعطوا لهذه المسائل أحكام هذه الأحكام الدنيوية لأنها مقتضى القياس، لأن ما يقتضيه باب القياس هو إنما يجب الزكاة بالملك وبالحول. فإذا لم يكن هناك الملك والحول بأي شيء كان لا يجب الزكاة. يعني يتفق الشافعي مع الحنفية هنا، ولكن المالكية والحنابلة يخالفون لأنهم يقولون سد الذرائع كدليل، وهم يعني يعتبرون نية الفرار لهم وجهة نظر آخر عن الأحناف وعن الشوافع. فالنتائج يعني بعض المعاصرين يعتبرون الحيل الشرعية كأنها تدخلات في القياس عن الخارج، وكأن جميعها تدخلات غير أخلاقية. لذلك حتى بعض من كتب من المعاصرين في الحيل الشرعية من العرب قال هناك كتاب اسمه جنة الأحكام وجنة الخصام لسعيد بن علي السمرقندي، وهو أشهر كتاب في الحيل الشرعية. فقال هذا الباحث المعاصر أن هذا الكتاب لا يمثل المذهب الحنفي، لأن فيه حيلة إسقاط الزكاة وحيلة إسقاط الشفعة، وهذا لا يليق بشأن الأئمة المؤسسين. حتى وقال أنا لم أجد حيلة إسقاط الزكاة وحيلة إسقاط الشفعة في كتاب الحياة للشيباني، وهو في كتاب الزكاة وفي كتاب الشفعة من عجيب. نعم. الحيلة الشرعية بأسرها ليست تداخلا خارجا عن الفقه وغير أخلاقي عند الأئمة الثلاثة كما هو في تصورات بعض المعاصرين. مسائل الحيل الشرعية كغيرها من المسائل التي ليست من هذا النوع قد تم حلها من قبل الأئمة الثلاثة كما يقتضيه دليل القياس. وقد أدت الطبيعة القياسية لهذه المسائل متابعين إلى لم أقرأ. لم أستطيع الكلام. صفحتين قد صفحتين. وقد أدت الطبيعة القياسية لهذه المسائل بشكل تبعي إلى ظهورها داخل المذهب الحنفي، بل متماثلة مع الحنفية لأنهم أكثر المذاهب استعمالا للقياس، وهذه المسائل هي نفس القياس. وهذا هو سبب ظهور الحيل الشرعية في المذهب الحنفي. ومسائل كتاب الحيل المنسوب الشيباني باستثناء واحد منها كلها موجودة في الأصل كما في تقرير أبي بكر الإسكاب، ويصدق رأيه وتحليله هذا في الموضوع بحثي ودراستي في حيل إسقاط الزكاة وحق الشفعة. طبعا أنا لم أستطيع يعني مقارنة جميع مسائل كتاب الحيل مع الأصل لأن فيها مئات من المسائل، فقد اخترت أشهر الحيل الشرعية وهما حيلة إسقاط الزكاة وحق الشفعة. لذلك يعني علماء ما وراء الناس مصيبون في يعني في قبولهم نسبة هذه المسائل إلى الأئمة الحنفية، وهم يقبلون هذه المسائل في درجة ظاهر الرواية لأن كلها موجودة في الأصل. نسبة مسائل الحيل الشرعية الصحيحة إلى الأئمة الثلاثة ونسبة كتاب الحيل إلى الأئمة الثلاثة غير صحيحة، لكنها ليست مهمة في النهاية. الكتاب وإن كان نسبته غير صحيحة فالمسائل صحيحة. الجامع لكتاب الحيل ويعني لعله إسماعيل بن حماد بن أبي حنيفة كما هو في رواية ابن أبي عمران. هذا آخر بحثي بياني. يقول من البداية أني لن أقبل السؤالات بالإنجليزية إلا بالعربية وبالتركية، استثني لو ترجمه أحد لي إلى العربية. نعم. محمد فضل.
حيلة إسقاط الشفعة. أليس الحيلة في إسقاط الشفعة أن ترفع سعر المبيع عن قيمته؟ يعني إذا كانت الدار ب1000 فتتفق مع البائع على العلاوة في السعر ل2000 وتنقص سعر العقد مثلا ل5. أليس هذا الحيلة في الشفعة؟
هناك حيلتان في كتاب الأصل. الحيلة الأولى تصعب للشفيع اشتراء الدار، ولكن يمكن أن يعني يعطي أكبر من سعرها ويشتري الدار، لأن صاحب الدار قد رفع سعره ولم يستطيع أن يضبط حق الشركة. ولكن الحيلة الثانية حينما وهب جزءا صغيرا من ناحية الجار قد يعني انقطع بينهما الجوارية وصار الجوار.
نعم. الذي لم أفهمه البيع الدار مع العقد.
نعم.
أنا لم أفهم هذه الحيلة.
قيمة العقد ب1000 درهم، 1000 درهم، ولكنه يبيعه كان قيمته 2000.
نعم.
نعم.
فكيف هذا يسقط حق الشفعة؟
نعم، لأن قيمة الدار أيضا 1000. فإذا أراد الشفيع لابد أن يعطي 2000، فهذا ضعف ما يستحقه الدار. هذا يصعب أن يشتري الدار وليس يستحق أن يشتريه.
لابد أن يشتري العبد مع الدار.
لا، العبد هو بدل الدار. لي عبد ولك الدار، ولكن عبدي هذا قيمته 1000 درهم ليس 2000، ولكن قيمة الدار 2000 صحيح؟ ولكن أنا أقول أنا أبيعك هذا ب 2000.
العبد مقابل الدار.
بدل الدار. بدل الدار. فإذا اشتريت منك الدار بدل العقد، جارك إذا طلب حق الشقة لابد أن يعطي 2000 لأن يعني قيمة عقدي وإن كان 1000 أنا أعطيتك كأنها 2000.
مفهوم. لك حيلة الزواج.
نعم، يسمى جميع المسائل حيلة شرعية. مثلا الزنا حرام فحيلته النكاح. يقول هكذا. يقول هكذا في شرح كتاب الحيل. فأخذ المال الغالب حرام، ولكن ادفع بدله يعني الشيخ محمد ناظر يعني محدث في هذا يعني يمكن لابد من الطلاق فحيلته الطلاق يعني.
أي سؤال آخر؟ تفضل.
عائشة.
آسف.
عليكم السلام.
شكرا لمحاضرتكم. استفدنا كثيرا. عندي سؤال.
نعم.
في هذا الشريعة. هذا عند قلت رأي علماء المتقدمين. أما رأي علماء المتأخرين في هذه المسألة، يعني في مسائل حيال الشريعة.
ليس لهم رأي في مسائل الحيل الشرعية، وهم لهم رأي في نسبة كتاب الحيل إلى الشيباني، وهم مختلفون في ذلك. لكن هذا الاختلاف ليس مهمة في النتيجة، يعني يمكن أن نجمع بينهما، يعني نرفع الاختلاف أن من أثبت نسبة كتاب الحيل إنما قصد بها المسائل، ومن نفى إنما قصد الجمع والكتاب. وليس بينهم اختلاف في المسائل، لأن المسائل هي في ظاهر الرواية في داخل الكتاب الأصلي يعني.
نعم، في هذه المسائل المعاصرة يعني الفتاوى المعاصرة ما يقولون العلماء المتأخرين في هذه المسألة. السؤال هذا
يعني
ما رأي الفقهاء المعاصرين في مسألة الحيل؟ اللي يقبلوها
لهم آراء سلبية عموما يعني. نعم.
لا يعرفون كيف.
نعم. وهم كأنهم يعني ذو خلق، لكن الأئمة ليس عندهم خلق حتى جاءوا بهذه المسائل. يعني هكذا.
ليس عندهم فقه اليوم.
نعم صحيح.
آسف يعني.
هذا صح.
شكرا عائشة. Good.
I'll ask him in Turkistan translated.
Bahsetmiyorum da Şeybani'nin kitabı ile ilgili şeyler yazganlarını gördüm. Hani çok Harun Reşit Şeybani'nin kitaplarının teftiş edilmesini emrediyor. İçinde böyle tehlikeli şeyler vardır diye. Şeybani'de de kitab-ı hiyal var diye korkuyor, onu bulurlar, başıma bir şey gelir diye. Sonra aramaya gelen adamlar bu ne diye soruyorlar. O da kitabı kaydoluyor.
Evet, doğru. Yani o hikayeyi tabii ki bilmiyorum.
Evet,
yani.
mizah türü bir eser.
Evet, olabilir. Olabilir.
It was very personal that I encountered like a passage in a text that said that Harun Reşit ordered these like ordered Shaybani's group to be confiscated and like searched if there was anything that would be considered dangerous, as he might have like helped the eyes in like rebellion. And then Shaybani was scared because he had this fear. And the like Caleb's man asked him about that book, and he said that, oh, this is not Kitab al-Hiyat, this is Kitab al-Khayr. So, in like the early information of this was actually in a book on humor.
Which is Hilo. Wonderful. Okay, I think I'll stop here today. Thanks so much. It was a wonderful day. Thank you. Okay, so here's the plan because everybody's tired. We're gonna go to the hotel, spend an hour At 7:30, 7:45, we're going to take the bus for a light dinner after that. Thank you so much, and thank you also.